So nobody at this point in our politics in Nigeria, I don't think anyone has the right to stay on the sidelines, to be honest. It will be criminal if anybody, seeing everything that's going on right now, decides, oh, I want to stay on the sidelines. It doesn't bother me. It's not my problem. It's not my concern. So nothing keeps me up. I do everything I know I can do, and I go to sleep well, without any worries. So having said that, I want us to really, we have less than 100 days to the election. Pretty much everybody knows who I stand for in this panel. We have less than 100 days. My question is, what are we doing? What is there? What is left to be done that we have not yet done? Who are the people that we ought to speak to that we have not yet spoken to? Now, having said that, a lot of people will not act, they don't believe in the new Nigeria. There's some people on the extreme end that are just saying burn everything to the ground. There are people who don't care. There are people who are holding on to their candidates, even though they see clearly the child, even the blind, the deaf, and whatever, can see that this person does not have the capacity to move the country forward. We know that. But those of us that are fighting hard for Peter the Rock Obi, what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Are we putting our money where our mouth is? Because at the end of the day, if that country sinks, guess what? It's going to affect all of us. It's not just going to affect some people. It's not going to affect one ethnic group and leave the others. Everybody will cry. Everybody will be served the breakfast. Okay? So I want us to stay focused. For those of us that believe that Nigeria is still servable, we can still do something. We can turn it around. And it's worth fighting for. For those of us who believe in it, we need to do what we must do to ensure that we have the right, sensible, common sense leader, Peter the Rock Obi, in that office, so we can start to walk from the ground up. Because guess what? The work we have is humongous. We have not even scratched the surface. We're only talking election politics right now, but the work that we have is so much.
Hello, welcome. Mr. Emmanuel Uduaghan, the husband of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Udunaghan, representing Kogi Central, has asked the President of the Nigerian Senate, Mr. Godswill Akpabio, to treat his wife with dignity and respect. This call came in a statement he issued in Abuja yesterday. It adds to the ongoing battle in courts and public opinion as Nigerians watch the escalation of the conflict between the senators. On Friday, the matter that started as a mere issue of sitting position in the Senate turned into an accusation of sexual harassment. In an appearance on Arise TV, Senator Natasha Akpoti accused Nigeria's Senate President of sexual harassment. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Today, we're going to sit down with California-based lawyer and podcast host, Omoye's Corner, to discuss the challenges African women face in professional spaces, from systematic discrimination to gender-based biases. We dive deep into real-world cases, including the recent controversy between Senator Natasha Akpoti and Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Please join me in welcoming to the show, Omoye's Corner. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. We played that old video of yours before the election, and I've not seen it in a long time. And people were saying that you predicted what was going to happen in terms of the outcome of the election. How do you feel about the state of the country? Let's start from there before we get to the issue of Akpoti and everybody.
Hmm. How do I feel about the state of the country? Depressing. Um, I feel it's very depressing. And I also feel like as a people, we've been very complacent, right? Even though I know that some of us did not know, maybe it was intentional that we did not know the history and understand the landscape of how politics is done in Nigeria. So there's an overwhelming feeling sometimes about the state of Nigeria that I feel, and the depression. I could see, people just kind of like a sense of hopelessness, for lack of better words.
Mm.
That's how I feel about it in the moment.
Mm. What about the opposition? I know that you supported P2B. How do you feel the opposition there playing their role in this kind of political setting that we're seeing in the country?
Honestly, I'm not impressed with the opposition at all. And I've made my opinion known about that. Like, we should have, the opposition should be stronger and be unafraid to say unapologetically what is going on in society, because the people in government today were once opposition, and we all saw, even though we didn't know, those of us that were not aware of how fierce the opposition was, at least we got to go back and review what they were able to do. So sometimes I wonder why there's this silence from the opposition. Even the supposed PDP that was as in its own time was very vocal as well. Now everybody seemed to just, bend the knee to what seems like it's looking like a one-party system that we're experiencing in Nigeria. So I'm kind of disappointed, to be honest.
Now, we see activities heating up for the next election, which is 2027. People are choosing sides. What do you think about the position of P2B? Not just let me just before we get to P2B, the fact that people are preparing for another election without a change in the electoral laws. Do you think that there will be any difference in the outcome if nothing changes and people go back to vote?
The short answer is that there will be no change if they don't do what they need to do. I have expressed this numerous times. Like, I'm going to take a backseat in the upcoming election if I do not see real changes happen. The electoral laws it needs to be, even though they keep saying that we have strong electoral laws, but I'm saying, what about the diaspora voting? Because we can, obviously, it's clear to everyone, those of us back home cannot do as much because they've been beaten down, right? Even those that are supposed to speak up are not doing so. So there's a huge role that the diaspora needs to play in this, and I'm hoping that a lot of voices, speak to this fact. We need diaspora voting. We need to have people elected INEC chairman, neutral INEC chairman, and the entire body of the INEC as it stands right now should be dissolved completely. And we need to have neutral, no party person in INEC. If those major things don't happen, I'm sorry. It's almost like we're just holding water. We're going to be holding water for T-Pain until 2031, which will be sad.
Well, is there any incentive for him to do what you are recommending? What is incentive if he's going to get the result that he wants with the people in place?
Well, I don't think it's up to him. I think that it's up to the Nigerian people. To be honest, it's up to us as the citizens. well, for lack of better words, people say we're not your citizens. I agree with that. As a people who care about the Nigeria, whether you care about only your ethnic group or you care about only your state, right? What we can all agree on is that the country itself has to work so you can have peace where you are. So the people have to it has to be people driven with voices and action, backed by action. We have to push for it. If the people come together and push for those changes and speak to the necessary people and we need to mobilize ourselves. They don't have a choice. We keep thinking that this administration as it stands in Nigeria has all the power. They do not. They're human beings. They have emotions too. I'm sure that when you one of was during the Natasha and Akpabio incident that's been playing out. I remember in her interview she said when they were protesting bad governance or stuff like that, and somebody told Akpabio that they don't like you very much, they're going to come for you. What Akpabio said, if it has not exposed to every one of us that these people are scared of uprising, I don't know what else is. I don't know what else will.
We know they are scared. We had Amaechi say things like that. But being that you are in the political space and you know the people we're talking about, the people we're dealing with, you talk to Nigerians almost every day. Do you think that they are ready to seize this opportunity?
That's why I said it's not up to Nigerians back home. We should stop thinking and expecting solely that Nigerians back home can make this happen. Are there some Nigerians that are willing? Yes, they are. But we understand the political climate in Nigeria. We understand how everything is, it's almost impossible for people to really do what they need to do. We in the diaspora will need to mobilize ourselves. And there's no time. We need to seriously mobilize ourselves. Go ahead.
Are we better than those at home?
Some of us are not. No, you're right, Dr. Damages. Some of us, I'm sure you've seen it and observed it as well. Some of us are worse than those at home. Some of us want the status quo to remain so that it will hopefully get to their turn so that they can take advantage and lord it over people. I know that, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that those of us who really care and want to see the real change, we have power too. So we need to tap into the power that we have, and mobilize ourselves and strategize. Right. While we're trying to educate, because I know there are people who are doing the work, educating the people on ground, trying to preach a message. So while we're trying to do that at the same time.
Why do you think it's difficult to organize our people abroad? Because there are so many things that have been going on and we don't see much of activities abroad in terms of reaction to that.
I think it's a complacency that we carried over from Nigeria. Personally, I think anybody that wants to do something will do something. No, nothing stops you from, if something happens, you carry a even if it's just you, carry a placard, let your own thoughts know. Anybody that wants to be a part of it is more than welcome. We have not gotten to the point where we're used to mobilizing each other. It's a thing that we need to start for ourselves, even though there'll be people that make excuses and all of that. We gotta, even if it's one person, we have to do it. We really have to mobilize, regardless of who shows up or who doesn't show up. Because you know what happens? Nigerians are fond of copying. When they see that there's something that's, everybody's getting involved in, they tend to want to be a part of it. You understand? So I think that we need to take the bull by the horn. We have to we have to hold ourselves accountable and say, what am I doing about this situation? It's not just talking is good. Talking is opening up people's minds and helping to educate people about the situation, but there's more action is needed visibly.
How do you assess the role that Peter B has been playing as a leader of the opposition so far?
So far, I think he can do more. I think he could do more. I don't know why, he's not doing as much. I really, really hope and I wish that he would do more. He does speak to issues sometimes, like he types up messages and he, speaks his mind on occasion as best as he can in a respectful manner. But I think that the Nigerian landscape needs someone that's going to, Peter Obi has to embody the angst amongst the people. He has the support of overwhelming people. That's the thing. I don't know if he really understands the depth of how much support he has. He has people that are really standing strong behind him that would enable him to take that strong stance, because he's the only one right now in the political landscape in Nigeria that has everything it takes to really to turn that country around.
Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to have the conversation we brought you here for. After that, we talk about the work you do and they go back to the political system and structure in Nigeria. So let's watch this video a little bit to introduce the topic.
Or this is a particular trend.
Yeah, that outburst. That's what I'm about to explain that.
Yes.
Yes. So many people do not know what I'm about to say, but I'm going to speak my own truth. And the Senate President is allowed to counter that. It all started on the 8th of December, 2023, which was a day before his birthday and my birthday. We are birthday mates. We were all in Akwa Ibom because he had a big fanfare in the stadium. Myself, my husband, and a few of his close friends, we went to Akwa Ibom. And at first, we were at Ikot Ekpene. We were in his house in Ikot Ekpene. Then we all moved to his house in Uyo, which was about 8 p.m. And he held my hand and said he wanted to show me around his house. My husband was walking behind us. Just 3 of us were walking around from room to room. He showed me the beautiful interior. This was done by this, by that, this designer here, he bought this from us. Like, oh, it's beautiful. And then I noticed that he hastened his pace while still holding my hand. And my husband was behind, still on his phone, but he was catching up whenever he could. And then he got to this particular sitting room, and he said, "Do you like my house?" I said, "Of course, sir. Every room, beautiful, nice interior, quality taste." He said, "Now that you're a senator, I'm going to create a time for us to come spend quality moments here. You will enjoy it." At that point, I just pulled away and I was like, I don't really understand what exactly that meant. But then my husband now, when I turned around, I saw my husband was already near me. And the way my husband looked at me and looked at him, I was beginning to wonder, did he hear part of that inciting statements or not? And then the Senate President too, I saw that he also had that thought, like, did my husband hear the invitation to treat or not? So then the Senate President now said, "Oh, by the way, let me show you my chapel." He has a chapel in his house as well. So while we were going to the chapel, we walked in silence and all. So that evening, before we left the Senate President's house at about 11 midnight to the 4 points in Ikot Ekpene. And my husband asked me, "Natasha, what did the Senate President whisper to you? What was he telling you?" I thought, should I tell him that he was speaking about bringing me in here at a special time for us to have a good time? Or should I just kill it there, wrap it as if there was nothing? Because tomorrow was a big day. I know how much my husband adores the Senate President. He loves him as a brother. My husband would do anything to support him.
All right. This is a bit of the interview that Natasha granted at Rise TV. That was on Friday. As of yesterday, this is what's happening in Akwa Ibom State.
Not to disrespect our son again. He's so important to us. He's a precious son. He's a gold. He's a precious stone to Akwa Ibom. He's a precious stone to the women of Niger Delta. So we are telling her that should stop insulting our son. The women said that should be the first and the last for her harassing our son in a way which is not good. And the women of Akwa Ibom said We don't want that any longer.
All right, women of Akwa Ibom out on the streets supporting their son, Senate President Godswill Akpabio. So, Omoye, what do you make of all this?
Hey, you know, it's how do they say, the abuser or the abused, right? It's almost like, I don't know how to put it in words. It's not coming to me like I really want to say it. But the whole point is, when the people have been beaten down so much and they don't know their rights, they don't know what it is they ought to do, they don't even know who they are as a people, this is what you get. I bet you, if you go ask those women, why are you, what happened? Why are you protesting? They would not be able to explain to you why. Because we know in Nigeria, all you need to do is give people $1,000, $5,000, 5,000 naira, and they're able to buy, biscuit or bread. That's it. That's all you need. So having the fact that he even went as far as doing that shows that he's guilty. And let's not pretend. Nigeria has been a toxic place for women for the longest time. So it's not something that anybody can pretend. Anybody that's trying to say otherwise is part of the problem, unapologetically, because it's open, it's obvious for everyone to see. So this is the case with the women in the marketplace. As long as they are being fed, they've collected their 1,000 naira or 5,000 naira, or maybe they did one favor for them. Maybe the Akpabio himself, maybe built one borehole that does not, you have to use bucket to fetch with rope. That's it. That community will say, let them gather. The person that was able to bring us one borehole is asking us to come out. That's all is needed. Don't need too much to gather people to protest in Nigeria, unfortunately.
All right, let's go back to the beginning of the story. So it started with an incident in the Senate floor, where Akpabio insisted that Natasha should not speak unless the requirement was that she should go back to her newly assigned seat, which she refused. And then it became something else. Now we saw Akpabio's wife. She came out to say that Akpabio, the statement was Akpabio was a disciplined man, that Akpabio will not do any of those things. So when you see the wife of a man being accused of things like this come out to defend him, what do you make of that?
It speaks to the state of women in Nigeria, that you have to come out to defend your husband because he's a child, right? That's the role that a lot of women have held for God knows how long. I don't want to say for centuries because, let me not even get into that. But yeah, for the longest time, that's the role, because her name wasn't even mentioned. If her name was mentioned and she came out to say, hey, you know what? My name was mentioned in this. I'm not sure why. So I'm counter-suing because, this person needs to come explain why my name is being mentioned, But her name was not even mentioned at all. But she felt the need to act like Voltron, right? Defender of her husband, not knowing what her husband does. Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't. I don't know, right? To defend something that you cannot vouch for. It's disturbing to see, to be honest. While the senator himself, who's been accused, has not even come out to speak or even, say a word to say, no, these are all lies against me or whatever. Not a word. Instead, he sent his wife, and then the other guy that came up at Brekete, his aide, I think, that came up at Brekete family to come and speak to how Natasha uses pancake and lipstick. I mean, it speaks to women they don't value women in Nigeria. I'm sorry, that's what it is. There's no value. I mean, why would you? You're the one who, Dr. Damages, you're the one who committed the offense. Your wife is now your wife, we are saying. Why? It doesn't make any sense. It speaks to the way things, the upside down way things are in Nigeria. I'm sorry. That's what it speaks to. And a lot of people are saying that and are like, what? Are you serious right now? You know, so that's what I think.
Now, there've been conversation going on every media platform since Friday. And one of the things that I noticed that came up is that people are digging into the story and the biography of Natasha herself and bringing up issues. Now, I wanted to talk about that because some people are saying that this is why women sometimes don't come out to fight, because once they come out, people throw everything at them to discredit what they are talking about. Have you had any of those stories that are out there?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact. And I say those stories don't hold, they don't hold, there's no stance for it in this scenario right now that we're dealing with. Okay. If somebody does a wrong right now, right? If I do a wrong right now, I've done a wrong, I'll be punished for that wrong. You're digging up stories. What has that got to do with what's going on right now? The old stories, how does it affect what's going on right now? How does it affect it, right? And yes, there's a thing, women are silenced in Nigeria. That's why a lot of women don't come out, right? The kinds of SA, harassment that goes on, right, with women in Nigeria, it is alarming. They don't talk enough about it because the people grew up in a culture of silence. Even when you go, sometimes in some cases, the parents will be the ones to silence you, or an elderly person around, like, don't say that, don't let people hear that. That's what we're seeing play out. That's why women find it reluctant to come out and speak. Because when they do, you see what's been playing out in the media, where they're digging up stories that don't matter. They're talking about how she's stubborn, how she should listen, how she should obey, how there are things, how she's a child. That's why a lot of women don't come out. It is the coconut women, the ones that are ready to drag, that have, the mind to do that have the time, that do stuff like this. And this is why Natasha should be supported, because even in colleges, in the universities in Nigeria, in secondary schools in Nigeria, it's happening. Nobody's talking about it. Imagine a Senate of 109 members. Only 4 of them are women. Isn't that an outrage in and of itself? In a society where they claim that the women are more than the men, why are we not seeing that representation in the Senate? It's disturbing, because this is part of the silence we talk about. The men in the Senate, now women born them. You understand? These are people giving birth to your children, but yet you don't think that they deserve to be in the Senate to make decisions. Women are managers. They can do multiple things at the same time. But this is what's playing out. They silence you when you come out and say, hey, this is what I'm dealing with. This is what I'm experiencing. They'll tell you, keep quiet. It will blow over. It will blow. Don't worry. Just go and beg him. Go and talk to him in a way. That is what is going on. And that's why women find it difficult to come out and say anything. Because once they come out, they demonize them.
Are there things that men, because when you listen to men discuss this, are there things that men do not get in terms of what women are going through in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, really?
Maybe there are things that men don't get. Let me put it like that, so it doesn't look like I'm just categorically saying men don't get it. Maybe there are things that men don't get. For instance, if you're working in an office in Nigeria and somebody comes and shows you, you come into an office, you are not expecting to be harassed. You are not. You are minding your own business. Somebody grabs you by the buttocks. Who do you explain? How do you tell? If you say, then only touch you now. Not only touch. Or the man sends you naked pictures of his birthday suit, and you complain, na only picture now, that one I come they make you. I was on a space. Some guy came up and said, well, it's not that big of a deal now. It's not a big deal for a man to talk to or try to hit on a married woman. It's not, it happens. It's not a big deal. Let's not make a big deal out of it. So when you hear men talk like that, and you put them in those same shoes and say, okay, let it be your wife that this is happening to, or your daughter, see the reaction. It will be different. So that's why I find it difficult to say, what don't men understand? If you have a child, if you have a sister you care about, some people don't care about their mothers. Some people don't care about their sisters. Let me see, if you have a child and your child comes to complain to you that, hey, daddy, at my work, I'm not able to do my work because of this man. This is how he's treating me. This is what he's doing. How would you feel? Men need to hold themselves to account. Men know men who do these things. They know themselves. They should be. This is why when some Nigerian men leave Nigeria and go and move abroad, guess what? They keep catching them for touching a teenager, or talking to young people over the internet, or having multiple sexual relations with other women outside of their wives. This is why everything is being, you know how many men they have held or imprisoned or taken in England, especially for doing the same thing. This is the problem. So men need to educate themselves about sexual harassment, because the social media is big now. You can find whatever information you want out there. It's played out for too long. In Nigeria, it's a chokehold. I have friends who they work in, banks and different places. They'll tell you, oh, my boss says if I don't do this, I don't get promotion. If I don't do that. It is really, really bad in Nigeria. I'm sorry. It's so bad. It does not look good. And that's why you can see it play out on such a high level, because of the complacency and how bad it is.
Yeah, you touched on something about men who have daughters. Yesterday on the show and other platforms we are listening, a lot of men came up, especially those abroad, talked about, oh, my daughter, if anything happens to my daughter. So it appeared as if it's about their daughter, that's when they wake up and they think that this is a serious issue. But if it's about somebody else, they have a kind of detached approach to what is happening. Do you see a lot of that in our men? Do you think that our men who are abroad, that they have a different approach, attitude to this?
Yes, I think they do. Just like you rightly pointed out, when it comes to their daughters, it's a whole different ball. You will see them become emotional, like, oh my God, visibly. But when it comes to other people, it's almost like there's a brain switch. Like, oh, not me, so I can do whatever. Right? And I see that with our men, even in the diaspora. Yes, you understand. So it really is very important for our men to check themselves and educate themselves even before they travel overseas. They need to educate themselves, because some of the things they get, a lot of the things they get away with in Nigeria, they can't try it elsewhere. They can't, So it's very frustrating sometimes for women to have these conversations. Extremely difficult, because the men seem to not want to get it. What I keep hearing in the platforms I've been in, oh, it's not such a big deal. Oh, I beg, maybe she's lying. What is it? Is she trying to say that she's the only woman in the Senate? Are there no other women? Why is she the only one complaining? She said Nigeria seems to have a problem with outspoken women. So this is why they suppress and make sure they don't give you the platform, right? Squeeze you out so you don't have that voice. That's the problem,
Now, what do you think women can do to to begin this wider conversation or change in attitude?
I think, I don't even want to say I think, because a lot of women have been speaking up about this. So I can't say, oh, they should speak up, because they have been. They have been. I think what I think needs to happen is for the men to start talking to each other and start having these real-time conversations, because some men don't see anything wrong with some of these things. They don't see there's no moral compass, whatever that is to them. It's almost like they can do whatever, they can cross whatever boundary. I mean, we just listen to the video of Natasha where the man held her hand. Do you know in some culture that's an abomination already? You go hold married woman hand. In some culture, that's an abomination. Do you understand? Let's forget that, people seem to want to westernize themselves. There are cultures where you dare not hold a married woman's hand. Even to cross married woman leg, an abomination for some culture. So I think the men really are the ones who need to come together and start to have conversations, real-time conversations about this and how it affects if they care about their wives, how it affects their wives, how it affects their mothers, especially how it affects their daughters. If they care, it's a wake-up call. You know how many men I have read about, Nigerian men, that have been caught in acts like this with underage children, underage girls, right? Some boys and women too. You don't want to know how many cases. So many really need to understand. Look, 1800 don't pass. Maybe they were doing that in the 1800s. I wasn't there then, perhaps. But right now, Nigerian men need to learn to move with the times. This is the problem I'm seeing. They're not opening their heart. Not that all of them are not, because, hey, there are fantastic Nigerian men that are doing the work, that understand these things, that are just as frustrated as I am right now. There are lots of them, but they need to be talking and these are the types of conversations worth having podcasts about. Not how you want to marry 50 wives, but conversations about, how does this affect our women?
Now, we're talking about 50 wives, so we'll get to that because that's the kind of topic that will bring a lot of men here. But, in America and the Western society where we live, they still make sure that the government has a role to play in terms of things like making sure that people in the workplace, they go through trainings, sexual harassment trainings, even though it's almost accepted in this society that there are some things that are not acceptable, but they still make sure that everybody is going through these trainings. But the same is not true in Nigeria. I don't even think they have any kind of in-service, even for law enforcement people. So do you think that is needed? And how do we get to that point, where we can get to that point where people are going through formal trainings to have this conversation, have professionals also teach them what this is about, because it's more than just saying stay away from this kind of behavior.
Right. You're correct. The government has a role to play in it. Unfortunately, Dr. Damages, as everybody knows, with the state of the country, there's only so much it can do. The only way that it can, because I know there's a lady I saw on Arise News, I think her name is Ireti Bakare Yusuf, brilliant woman, and she has an organization, and she says they try to do trainings and all of that. For now, that's the best we can do. If we can get more organizations on ground within ourselves, I'm not talking about international organizations, please. I'm talking about the ones that we ourselves form by ourselves and take to different institutions and different corporate offices to let them know how important these conversations are and to train them on how to look out for stuff like this, and how to, like, for instance, where I work for a non-profit organization, right? They do, every time we always have this, sexual harassment training, right, in the workplace and all of that. And they give you details. You watch videos, you have questions you have to answer and stuff like that. We need stuff like that. And in the meantime, because I don't know if we have, this government cares about stuff like that, but let me pretend that they care and say this: the government has a huge role to play, because what they're not understanding is that when you have the most vulnerable of your society being beaten down. And let me just say this too: the men are also vulnerable because they take advantage of men as well. Okay, the men who take advantage of men. So if the vulnerable group of people in the country is not taken care of, and the necessary training is not put in place, that government would even look worse. So if I were in this government and I had some type of influence, this is something that should be championed and taken and put into law, so that it trickles down and people get trained from primary, heck, from nursery school, secondary school, teachers, everybody, secondary school, university, and all of that, and then put punitive damages, punitive ways of punishing people for bad behavior when they do stuff like that. But with the policing system in Nigeria, I'm sure you saw a video, Dr. Damages. I don't know if you saw a video of an officer or a policeman who, a lady came to report a case of, I don't know if I can use the word here, okay, to the police station. The policeman, right, took his turn with her. I don't know how people got in. They now started videoing the man, and they were, cursing him out and everything. And the girl was laid out flat somewhere. Please tell me, when you are trying to avoid problem, you go and table your matter in the police station, and it is the person you went to report to that is now the one taking advantage of you, not seeing a problem with Conde like that. So, yeah.
What about I don't know if you watched reaction of Senator Kingibe, the Labour senator representing Abuja at the Senate, reaction to Natasha's case on her right. Did you watch it?
Yes, I did.
What do you make of her approach or her attitude towards the case? Because she talked about Natasha as somebody who could be her daughter, somebody she was trying to show the way around the Senate. What do you make of her approach?
Disappointing. Very, very disappointing. It reeked of Queen Bee attitude. Queen Bees, right? I think it was what's the former CBN governor from the north? What's his name?
You're talking about the emir?
Soludo. No, Sanusi. Sorry, Sanusi, not Soludo.
Yeah,
Sanusi.
Yeah.
Sanusi once gave an interview one time where they were talking about, bringing women on board management in banking. And he was speaking to a group of people, and he was saying that women should try not to be queen bees, because what happens is when some women, when they elevate them to that position, they get there and they want to throw away the ladder. And I'm paraphrasing. If you can find that interview at some point, that would be awesome. And he said this, and that speaks to what Senator Ireti came to play out on TV, on Arise News, unfortunately. What she was trying to do is, first of all, make Natasha look like a child. Natasha is not a child. Natasha is not her child. They're colleagues. If she has a problem calling her a colleague, that's her problem. Natasha is there to stay and serve her people. Whether you are 70 and your colleague is 20, that one no consign anybody as long as you do your job. So I was really, really disappointed in her interview. And she is part of the problem. What she exposes that she's part of the problem of the silence that women experience in Nigeria. This is why Nigerian women are not seen. Where you have the opportunity, this was her opportunity to shine. This was Ireti's opportunity to shine and say women are not heard on the Senate floor. I myself, because we do remember the problem she had with Wike, we remember that. Guess what? Natasha stood up for her, right? So when you have a woman come and play that same and tell her, oh, there are ways to this thing, you know, there's a way you do this thing. She's a child. She's like my child, you know. I have to, you calling her husband to tell her to withdraw her case. You want to silence her. You want to gag her. Is a big problem. Senator Ireti, I say it unapologetically, is part of a problem. She thinks by throwing Natasha under the bus that she will get what she's looking for. She ain't gonna get it. I'm sorry. She ain't gonna get it, because that's not speaking up for those who need to be spoken up for. Women are one of the most vulnerable groups in Nigeria. Here was our opportunity. What did she do? She threw Natasha conveniently under the trailer, trying to make her look like the whining, you know, she's a whining child. She's always causing problems. You know, that was the impression she came to give. If nobody, with every liberation that has happened in the world, if everybody kept quiet because it was convenient, we will not be where we are today. Most of the people who spoke up, guess what? They spoke up when it was most inconvenient. You know, so it was really sad to watch. I found it difficult to watch, but I had to watch it so that I could hear and speak on it.
Now, in America, we had the Me Too movement that happened here and brought down a lot of powerful men. Is there any, what is in the environment here? What do they have here that we don't have at home that helped women here to be able to speak up?
What we have in America is a resilience, not giving up. Because if you think about the history of slavery and how they rose from that slavery, how they fought a war because of that slavery, right? And then Black people started speaking up, even when it was inconvenient. You know how they were unaliving people. Remember during the Martin Luther King civil rights movement, they would send people into schools, into different inconvenient locations. Some of those people didn't come back alive. Okay? And they kept pressing on. They did not give up. They fought for years before they got to where they got to, right? So there's a resilience. I don't know if you remember, there's another lady, her name doesn't come to me now, but she was much, she was, I think, one of the first people to cast a vote when Black people were allowed to vote. She had to drive, on her way to vote, they caught her, they beat her up, threw her in jail, right? Violated her, okay? Because she was trying to cast a vote. She came out, she still moved forward with that trip, ended up voting. I can't remember her name right now. If I do, I'm going to share that name. You know, so as the difference is that in America, the people are persistent. They never give up. And they use their voices. When it's most inconvenient, you see them coming out and using their voices. They are not afraid of the consequences. During the last protest, when this man was unalived by the police, right? There were pictures of people standing face to face with the police, with their gun pointed at the people. Did they give up? You know, that's the difference between what we have in Nigeria and what we have in America. America is a spirit that never dies. Once you have that spirit of liberation in you, it wasn't Louisa. No, it's somebody. I can't remember her name. I remember her now. I think she became part of. She ran for a position in the Senate at one time. But anyway, I'm going to dig it up. I'll bring it. So, you know, the resilience, and they never give up. attitude of Americans. That is what differentiates them from what we have in Africa. There are people in Nigeria. Nigerians are more interested in the convenience of now. Make I see food chop, make I chop bread. Oh, food, food, food. God of the belly. Okay? You can do without food. The most important thing, we need your eye on the ball. That's what needs to happen for Nigeria. But we are here in this lifetime to make sure we make that happen as best as we can. You know, it can't be in the, silos or quiet places anymore. It needs to be in your face. You need to be unafraid, because you talk, you go. You don't talk, you go. Nobody chooses when they're going to go, though. Nobody, right? So that's, I think, one of the major difference is that Americans have the resilience and they stay on it, not moving, and they strategize and they come together and they're able to form groups, okay, that will be championing their causes. And when they see that that group is not serving them anymore, they form another one and they come together again. Everybody has a voice. They don't back down for nobody. That's what Nigerians need to adopt.
I want to know if you've thought about this. Are there any ethnic groups in Nigeria or even regions in Nigeria where the culture is different? I mean, I'm talking about men and their culture. Is this something that has always been in African societies, or something imported with colonization?
I want to say it's imported with colonization, because the African history itself, prior to colonization, recognized women. Because remember, prior to colonization, women went to the farm, right? Women were the ones who managed the community. Women were the priestesses. Okay, women, there were poems or parables. I know maybe in your tribe as well, in your culture, there'll be sayings and parables that have to do with women. How, the position of a woman and the authority of a woman. I know I have that in my tribe. The role of a woman was very sacred in most parts of African society. It was very, very sacred. You had women who were protecting kings. There's a reason why that was. Okay. So it was not always the case with Africa. I want to say it was colonization that brought about the messed up mindset that men now have to, want to silence and gag women. It's not natural to the African man. They don't understand that. That is why the way it's been done is toxic, because it's not natural. It's not. If everyone took their time to go back prior to colonialization, they would understand it, because most times the men did not make decision unless it was important, unless it was something that, okay, now we need the voice of the man to come and speak. It was mostly the women that were managing and taking charge of things within the community.
Now,
In some,
go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up.
In some cultures, right, there were where there are instances where the men don't even work. It was the women that do all the work, right? The women come back, right, and then the men will come, maybe tear the wood that they used to cook or something like that, and then when they need to eat, they will serve, and then they will all eat together. In some African cultures back then, some cultures, the men didn't work. Yeah.
I wanted to know the judiciary, the role they have to play in this reform. What is in the books? Do you know the law books of Nigeria?
You don't tell, but okay. First of all, I'm not a huge fan of the judiciary in Nigeria. I haven't, to be honest with you, I've never been a huge fan of the judiciary in Nigeria, even though I went to school in Nigeria, law school in Nigeria. Never. I never liked it. I remember my first time going to court, I didn't like it at all. The fact that there were no air conditions, and there was no cooling portals or anything, and they wear those wigs and gowns, and they will sweating profusely. The entire courthouse will be smelly. I did not like it. I always wondered, even back then, as young as I was like, why do we have to do? Why don't we wear Ankara? I've always had that mindset. I never ever wanted to practice in Nigeria. It never interested me. I didn't want to be a lawyer because it was cumbersome. I felt like some of the things because when you go to court, right, you are presenting your case, the judge will be writing with biro and paper. You will tell the lawyer, wait, go back, say that again, sentence. Like, no stenographers, nothing, right? I was like, oh my God. I never had any practice in Nigeria, never, because I was switched off completely. I didn't like it at all. Now, does the law have a role to play in Nigeria? Yes, it does. That's why there are laws, right? Now, the important question is, do we have the lawyers that have the goal to step up and make those laws work? That is the real question. And I have thrown out to the judiciary committee on my own social media page, like, the lawyers don't even know their role. They don't even know why they are lawyers in Nigeria. Lawyering in Nigeria, the judiciary itself ought to come out en masse and lead the protest against itself in order for change to happen, because they have balkanized. If you notice, I don't like referring to myself as a lawyer. I don't even want anything that associates me with that profession because I'm ashamed of it. It's an embarrassment, okay? But I digress. The lawyers themselves have a role, if they knew what they were doing, to ensure, because Nigeria has the laws in place, okay, for these types of scenarios. They do have, because they're, common law rules that were brought from the British. We also have customary rules that they could actually also infuse. We have our customary courts in Nigeria. Are they active? What role are they playing? So there's a lot that the judiciary can play in this. Half of the things that we're complaining about, if the lawyers had the goal, okay, had the boldness that they need right now to step up and make sure that those laws are working, Dr. Damages, half of our fight will be done.
We have to also identify that Natasha is a lawyer.
Yeah.
Godswill Akpabio is a lawyer. So, yeah, that's what they said. I don't think Godswill practice one day, but and this is happening. So, to the point you are making, I want to ask you before we take a break. What about the women, Nigerian women, African women abroad? What can they do in terms of, since we agree that those at home, like the people we saw protesting in support of Akpabio, they are handicapped by several issues. What can men, the African women, who live abroad, what can they do? Because this issue, this is how it's going to be resolved now. People are saying they should go and meet and have a conversation. So it's not even going to go to court. It's not, nobody's going to rule on any of these cases that will have been the precedents that people will now refer to. It will be settled behind the scene and everything continues. So what do you think the role of women abroad who are more enlightened, what can they do?
I think women abroad we need to organize ourselves. It's something I'm working with NATO. I don't know if NATO is here. So we're doing something behind the scenes where we're trying to push to have more women go and represent us in the House of Reps and in the National Assembly as well. So as women, we have to organize. I am taking up, I and Natu are working on that, and I'm putting it out there now. It's an invitation right now, and I'm going to put the number to send a message to, if you want to be a part of that as a woman. If you know you have something to offer and you're doing something, you have to tell us what you've done to help us understand that, okay, you have a role and you really want to play this role. If you want to be a part of it, I'm going to put my phone number on here, and you guys can reach out and we'll add you to that group. This is what as women in the diaspora, we need to mobilize. We need to do something. So that's on my own end, this is what we're doing. So I think that a lot of Nigerians in the diaspora who are interested in the new Nigeria, because it's not every woman that is interested. A lot of some women are not interested, consign them. They are not interested in going back to Nigeria. So not be those ones that they reach out to. The ones that want this to work, right? They should come, reach out to us. We'll see what we can do. So I want to say that Nigerian women in diaspora need to mobilize. We need to strategize. I see some women in London are doing fantastic work. I don't see much in the North American landscape. I don't see much, and it's disappointing. So we need to step it up, okay, so that we can do something. However, whatever it is we need to do, we need to put something together. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We take a few minutes break, and when we come back, we bring in our audience and we'll talk about the work you do on your podcast and other things. So stay tuned. Right.
All the time we talk about the UN Charter, we talk about how Nigeria signed on to it, and then the only 4 women that you have, we don't see them. So yes, it's not just a case of seats, it's about visibility. And it is rather unfortunate that we have our senators such as Senator Ireti Kingigbe. It's sad that she bears my name actually, but that's a whole different story altogether. But it's sad that not only was she incoherent yesterday, but she doesn't understand the importance, the critical importance of being seen as a woman. So, which then takes you onto that whole thing where it's not every woman who should be where they are. She's forgotten that Senator Natasha, what has she had? What, 3, probably 12 years of trying, being abused, being maligned in Kogi, having the road to our constituency dug up by the former Governor Yahaya Bello. She's had threats to her life, yet this woman did not give up. She was determined, she was focused, she was undeterred, and she continued and continued. She persevered until she got there. It is sad that somebody like Senator Natasha
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us this beautiful day, wonderful conversation with Omoye's Corner. All right, before we bring in our audience, let me just quickly give you the chance to talk about your podcast. I know you are almost every day, you are out there preaching the message. How are you keeping up with the news, which is coming out every day from all angles?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Before I forget, so the African American activist I was trying to remember, her name is Fannie Lou May. Fannie Lou Hammer, that's her name. Fannie Lou and then Hammer. You should check her out. She went through a whole lot. I think they even anyway, read up about her. She really fought. But anyway, yeah, my podcast, you know, I just feel like if we don't continue to the point I was talking about, not giving up and pushing forward regardless, that's what keeps me going, number one. So for me, anytime I get information from Nigerian news, because I'm always looking up for Nigerian news now to see what's happening, you know, I have to bring it on and talk to the people about it, and you know, really like us as the people to engage and see if, because in talking we find solutions. You know, in talking, people are now branching off and doing stuff behind the scenes, which to me is a joy. I'm really, really excited about those people who come to my platform and have taken that upon themselves, going behind the scenes to really do something. I'm very, very happy about that. So that pushes me and that helps me move forward and continue to stand and speak and add my own little voice in my own little corner. I'm just doing the best that I can, right? And I take breaks too, for Nigeria matter. And I take breaks, so sometimes I don't feel like hearing or reading anything about Nigerian news. I'll just disappear. I'll just take a break and then come back. But yeah, it's going good. It's, you know, my YouTube channel, I'm doing the best that I can, the little that I can, as much as I can, you know, given the strength that I have. So
Is there any African country we could learn something from that you think they are doing better than Nigeria?
yes, Kenya. I have to give it to the Kenyans. Their spirit of fighting fiercely. Oh my God, my. I would love to visit Kenya. I think I need to visit it sometime this year. I really want to go visit. I don't know anybody there, but maybe you can.
I can hook you up.
You can hook me up. Oh, I beg. I want to go. I want to go visit. I love this spirit because I remember when they were demanding Ruto to go. Oh my goodness. That was when I saw the power of Kenyans. My Kenyan brothers and sisters, Twali, as they say in Nigeria, I salute specially. No, 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 no. Kenyans ought to be known as the giants of Africa. I'm sorry. I don't know who came up with the giant of Africa in Nigeria. I really don't know whether you people like to boost your ego as usual. But Kenyans, you people are my giants. No, no. During that protest, Dr. Damages, there were like 50,000 people on spaces. There were 50 and they were doing it in turns. Okay. So one person will go when they're tired, they will do like it was 24/7. 24/7. They were able to strategize, talking to people. People on the ground were calling. People were motivating and mobilizing people to protest. There were people on the street. They were, oh my goodness. I salute. I only wish that Nigerians will take on the spirit of the Kenyans. That is my wish. So yes, Kenya is one country that I'm very proud of. Let me not, I have to mention the AES countries now. Mali, Burkina Faso is by far my favorite. Of course, everybody knows why. And Niger, those people are giving me joy. I'm hoping that we will get the spirit of Sankara in Nigeria. I hope we will get the spirit of those in Mali and Niger in Nigeria, plus Kenya. Oh my God. Forget now. It's done. Game over.
I know that you were reading Dele Farotime's book on your program.
Yes.
Are you planning to read Babangida's book?
I took a poll and I asked, should we do a reading? My people were like, for real. We ain't doing no, we're not doing nothing. We're not giving airtime to this. We refuse. So I'm doing my own reading on my time. I downloaded the book. I'm not spending a dime on that book. I don't know why the man is putting it out. You should make it electronic book, but I downloaded it. So I'm reading it just for the heck of it. Yeah.
One last question for me before we go to our audience. We're talking about women and women issue and the issues and challenges they face in Africa. And then we have to also talk about Burna Boy and Sophia Ebueje. I don't know who she is, but I know you must have had the story. Do you follow people like Burna Boy?
I don't follow any celebrity. All those celebrities that are not talking about the rights of people, how there's hunger, wiring, bulala, I don't follow. I've never ever followed any celebrity. Sorry. I mean, of course you can't avoid it because you hate, so your timeline and stuff like that. But I never bother to go and find out the details.
Okay. So you don't have to worry about Lamborghini and okay, you're safe.
The only thing I would say, I think I read something on my timeline that's going to make me want to respond this way is the girl is doing her business, apparently. Okay. She's doing her business. She's getting paid for the business. So I don't know what their transaction was about, but in any business, before you deliver goods, you have to be paid. So I don't know how she did that one and she did not get paid. That's all I have to say. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's bring in our people and let's see what they have. Sometimes they have better questions than I do. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Omoye.
Good morning, Femi.
Yeah, so my question straight up. Yesterday we did have the discussion like Dr. Damages said, and in a way I'm not surprised that the general representation amongst men, by the time you take a poll, you tend to see some kind of biases amongst some of the men. And I did mention when I was contributing yesterday as well that because partly because of the way I grew up with three sisters and a couple of cousins that I was close to that were females and experiences of people that were close to me as well that were harassed by lecturers who usually would confide in me. I'm always of the opinion that one has to try not to take one's eyes off the ball because it's easy for people to try to distract with other things. Now, my basic question is, do you not think that even media representation including the way women are romanticized in movies and the way they're displayed even in up until today in commercials and what have you, does not even play a bigger role in addition to the patriarchy that we have, as well as this culture of victim blaming and gender stereotyping. Do you think, which do you think plays a major role in contributing to this issue that continues up until today?
Thank you very much, Femi, and thank you. I that you mentioned that you grew up with sisters. I have brothers too, and my brothers are very, very sensitive to our needs as sisters. So I recognize that, and I appreciate that you can get it, you understand it because of the interactions and the closeness you have with your sisters. Now, yes, I do agree with you. The objectification of women in movies, in the music industry, especially. I have called out some of our Nigerian artists on my platform, and I have sent them messages directly and said, you guys cannot continue to do this, because when you continue to objectify your women and you only what you want to present or sing about your women is vile and sexual, it's going downhill from there. You guys don't know what you're doing to the society. I have mentioned it on my platform. So I do agree with you that something needs to be done about that, especially in Africa as a whole, but focusing on Nigeria. There needs to be checks and balances and the media representation as well. Even if you notice when Natasha was being interviewed, the gagging in Arise News, it was a lot. They were gagging her. Even in Arise News, some women sometimes cannot speak their minds. I don't know if you guys remember the incident with Abati and Oji, the way he calls the lady. You see that incident? So it to tell you how bad it is. It because when it's so rotten, it has to play out in a bigger scheme, in a bigger space, and that's why we're seeing it play out like that. And that's why Abati could talk to Okwe like that, and there were no consequences. So yes, I agree with you, Femi. Absolutely. The media does play a huge role. Thank you very much for your question.
All right, Femi, thank you. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're next.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon. Omoye, good to see you.
Good morning, sir. I'm here.
All right. I've watched your show behind, and a lot of time I don't chime it back, but I enjoy your show. And Dr. Rudolf, happy belated birthday, my brother.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for my share of my cake.
Yeah, so come down, I-95.
I like that.
Dr. Damages, it was your birthday. Where was the party now? Hey, Dr. Damages did not invite me.
Yes, so
happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, you touched a lot of points, and I agree with you, because I've lived in diaspora for so long, and I would say that it's my fortune. I was unfortunate to marry to a Caribbean woman for me to see the important aspect of women in our culture, because whatever we say, our culture is still holding women down. That's what we're seeing in Nigeria today. It's the culture. Whether we like it or not. You remember when they trying to pass a motion in the House about women having this right and all that right? Up to today, they push it down. It's gone. And nobody ever bring that subject up again. Women right. I think they said about women rights or something about in the House. So, I mean, my question to you is, how do we stand up against our culture in order for us to move forward? Because I really love when you touch the aspect of a historical perspective of Africans, because women have played a major role in every culture. Even as a Yoruba man, I know what Moremi has done, and I know what she has contributed to the culture itself. But with the colonization and everything, we have not regained. Women have never regained that power forever. there because women, as like you said, they are look as subjects to the point that everything that happens to them is like hearsay, is makeup. It's like we don't believe a woman's story. Because when we look at it, we only look at it instead of, I will use the word sexuality, not about this woman have a problem. She has an issue, instead of us looking into it. And the only thing I will add to it too is sometimes women are women enemies. Because you will see that a lot of time, look what happened with Natasha. Look what Ireti is saying. How can you, somebody who is in the same position with you, representing people, are you making that my daughter? You keep using the word my daughter, my daughter. How do you get to that point? Instead of respecting that. So that's what I want you to talk on that part of too, and how we can move forward as part of we, especially that lives in diaspora, because we have a role to play. And I'm so glad you bring the mention too. And I would put it to Dr. Rudolf. We better start a motion where diaspora we're going to have a voting power. Because if we don't have voting power, that country is going to keep going on the same way, and nothing else is going to happen, and nothing is going to change. It's going to be the same. But we in diaspora, we are seeing we have tasted democracy. We have seen the effect of democracy. We can make the changes. But until then, we're just going to be still beating the same drum. Thank you, Omoye. Good to see you, sister. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for your question and the statement as well. What we can do, and I think you actually responded to it as you were speaking, right, is that we have to mobilize ourselves and insist on diaspora voting. The people that are your representatives, you need to be calling them now and talking to them about this. Some of us on this platform, Dr. Damage's platform, are very influential. Reach out. We need to form, if we need to come together and have a meeting or have a time set apart to talk about diaspora voting every single time, Dr. Damages, we have to do it. That's the only way we can push it through. Let's not look at ourselves and say, oh, what can we do? Because I hear people say that, oh, we can't really do anything. Yeah. We can. We don't understand our power. We do not understand the power that we have as a united voice. That's why they're still playing with us. But the sooner we understand and realize that, the better for us. So your question, your answer really was in your response, as you were saying to me, and we speak about women not support. Absolutely, women are women's greatest enemies. Sometimes, like this lady was saying on Arise News yesterday, Ireti Bakari Yusuf, the brilliant woman. I think she's the founder or co-founder of Purple Foundation. I'm going to look her up. She said there's some women that shouldn't attain certain positions. 100% agree. Someone like Ireti Kingibe should not be a senator because she does not understand the value of being seen. She thinks it's about being in front of the camera. No, there's so much more to that, unfortunately. And I did speak to one of Sanusi's interviews. One time he was speaking to a group of people where he talked about the queen bees. Ireti Kingibe is a queen bee. That's an example right there. Where when they get to a certain position, they want to throw the ladder away so that other women cannot climb up behind them. If you notice, most of these people, when they've attained a certain position, they don't have mentees around them. You should have young people around you that you're coaching, you're talking to, they're watching you, they're seeing how you're doing the work so that they can take over from you. There's a lady in the Senate in America, Dr. Damage, maybe you guys will know her. She's a senator from, is she a rep or a senator from California, but Orange County. She represents Orange County. She always comes with her, she breaks down, like when she was when she's trying to break down the money that corporations have been taking, especially during the COVID-19. She was very vocal. I can't remember her name now, but she's from Orange County. She was a mentee to Elizabeth, what's her name? Warren?
Yeah.
Yeah, Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren was her professor in school. We don't have that. When some Nigerian women, once they have opportunity to climb up, they start looking at every other woman that's enemy. They want to be the only one. That's one of the problems we have. Not all Nigerian women, let me say that. Not all Nigerian men are like that at all. Nigerian women, there are Nigerian men that open the door for you and say, come in, let me teach you how to do it. This is how you do it. This is I want you to replace me here. There are women like that. But you see the likes of Ireti, Kingibe, those are the kinds of women that we should be stamping out and giving opportunity to women who will represent us, because women are mothers, they're naturals. You don't need to have given birth to be a natural as a woman, you know. So yeah, that's what I want to say. And when you say the culture, right, is because people made it the culture. We're not like that. The reason why you're seeing this toxicity amongst Nigerian men is because it's not natural to them to treat their women the way they do. It's against their own character. But because they have made it a culture from colonization, saying, oh, the woman should be heard and not be seen. It was never an African thing. Women are the ones that were running things in the house. Women were going to war in Africa even before even people realized that women can go to war. African women were doing it. We will not have the case of the Dahomey women. Was that not in Africa? You know, so thank you, Katie Potter. That's her name. Fantastic woman. You should hear her on the Senate floor. My goodness. Wonderful, powerful voice. You know, she came under Elizabeth Warren. You know, so this is part of the problem I see with Nigerian women, because I have experienced it too. I remember one time I went for some type of program in Nigeria. I lived here, but I went to Nigeria with a group of people to go do something in Nigeria, and we had to deal with CEOs of banks and managing directors. There was a lady I met. I'm not going to mention the bank or the name or anything, right? She was supposed to send her presentations so we can put it all together, and then she will have the opportunity to present it. And we didn't hear from her. We didn't get her presentation. So I had to call her. So I called. My goodness, the way this woman spoke to me, the utter disrespect. She didn't, I don't know if she knew or whatever. But anyway, when she was done talking to me and saying all the things she wanted to say, I went to meet the people that we came to the group and we talked about it. So I told them, I expressed my concern, you know, and, you know, they had to talk to her. She had to come and apologize and say, I had to tell her, like, Madam, that's not how you talk to people. I don't care who you are, what position you hold. You don't have a right to talk to anyone like that. So you have people like that who they see themselves as Nami dey here, Nami be the oga. Anybody, if I don't like you, you can't come. So it's a problem. But as people, we need to put our mouth where our money is, mobilize ourselves. This diaspora voting, Dr. Damages, if we need to be they do one every 1-2 times a week, let's make it a subject. Make everywhere they hot. So when they hear say they are talking about diaspora voting, those of us that are connected, be reaching out. Let's be talking to your senators, your representatives. We must push it through. If we stand our ground, it will go through.
All right.
Thank you very much. That was a great question.
Thank you. Thank you,
Michael.
Michael, thank you so much. Let's see. You may get a chance for a second time, but let me go to Tony. Sorry, Tony, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Let me say belated happy birthday to you, and greetings to our guest, Omoye. Glad to
Good
see
morning,
you.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. It's afternoon here, so thank you. I've listened to you, and I think you spoke well, but even then, there are a couple of things that you said that I don't share with you. I remember that some time ago we had a lady, a professor, here on this platform, a pastor and as well, or a bishop, who ran for election in Nigeria for president, office of president in Nigeria, and she was interviewed on this platform as a guest, and this is my own impression after listening to her and the questions that were asked. I felt that she didn't quite impress me in terms of her outlook and worldview and the issues that were asked. And so that said, if you go back to the fact that if you look at the demography of people who are registered to vote in Nigeria, I think the women are more in majority. So my question really is, do you think that the women have sufficiently done enough for the men or for people, for Nigerians to see them as people who we can entrust, with positions of authority, like political offices?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for your question. To your point about do I think that the women have sufficiently done enough? And I have the reverse question for you as well, but I'm going to speak on it, even though I have that. Have the men done enough to sufficiently, deserve the leadership that we have put in their hands, right? It's left for everybody to see. Alas, okay? Now, have the women done enough, sir? I'm sure you have a wife and you have a mother. I have a mother. I have sisters. I am sure that you see the role they play in the home and in the house, in the balance that they bring, right? And in the children that they take care of and nurture from birth to when they become adults. Also, in the society, I'm sure you've been to the marketplace. Women are selling goods and literally single-handedly holding down the homes without any complaints. We see that every time. The problem with Nigeria is that the men are fond of suppressing the voices of the women. That's the problem. The men don't give the women the opportunity. When they have the rings of power, they hold on to it and they don't want to share with the woman. They sideline the women. That is the problem,
Can I
right?
ask you?
So there is.
Sorry, can I just
Go
chip
ahead.
in something? Because, like I said, the women also vote, and if they are in the majority, they should be able to influence whoever comes in as. They have a strong influence in terms of their vote, So, and a lot of them, why is it that they are not voting for the women? Why are they voting for the men? We see it all over. We see it in America here. So why is it? That's why I asked that question. Is there something about? Yes.
Okay, I'm coming to it. So you talk about voting in Nigeria. Okay, you and I know that the votes of the people do not count. How about that? Even though the women vote, and I agree with you, because women participate more in election than the men. They vote in Nigeria. I'm not talking about the US now, right? Everybody has their reasons for voting in the US, right? Now, in Nigeria, which is the focus now of the conversation, yes, the women vote, but how many of that vote counts? The women vote, but they suppress that vote. In fact, they throw it through the window and install whoever they want to install. What do you want the women to do? I wake up in the morning. I'm sure you guys saw the picture of the lady that her eye was almost removed from voting. She patched the eye, went back and voted. That's how important voting is to women, because they know that if their lives are okay, the society will be okay. What happened to the vote? What happened? We all know how it played out. So even though the women vote in Nigeria, it is what they want, the greedy ones that have taken the reins of power. It is what they want that they install. So it makes their votes null and void, and it silences them further. That's part of the problem. So I think our focus should be, how do we ensure that when the women vote, it truly counts. And we make sure that those votes are safe. That's what we should be more concerned about, because the women come out in droves every election cycle, but their votes keep getting stolen. And they are always at risk of getting unalived in the process, or hurt, or dismembered. Every single election cycle in Nigeria. So it's a problem. So the men need to really look within themselves and say, hey, and I'm not saying it's all men, by the way. When I use the men, I'm talking about those who are in the habit of always disenfranchising the people's choice every election cycle. And those of us, those men who stand for the truth and who want the society to move forward, they should rise up too and look for ways to ensure that things are done properly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to CM. You're next. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, so sorry, I was reading somewhere. Good evening. Good evening, Rudolf. Omoye, our special
Dr.
guest.
CM.
Good evening to you.
Good morning.
Now you get show today. Actually, what I want to ask is this: Akpoti versus Akpabio. What does that tell you about gender in Nigerian politics? That's all. Gender issue in Nigerian politics. Yes, I know it's quite a.
This is why.
Omoye is up to the task. That's why
How many pages? How many paragraphs?
Double space.
Double space.
It's true, because I really want a very no. I missed. Let me say I didn't tune in time to hear you, but I know that is the topic, and I know you will have something to say, something refreshing, very incisive to say about it. Because to me, I feel that Nigerians should interrogate it to know what happens in the wider society in terms of men and women in power, in our politics. If there is a character to characterize our politics, Akpabio versus Akpoti, it's like anybody can do a thesis on it. So I want to know as much as you can. You're at liberty to the scope. You can delve as much as you can, but remember you have other people waiting to ask you questions, so you can delve as much as you can. Just want your opinion. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know, Dr. CM, make I just use this language very broadly. It's a man's world in Nigeria. It's a man's world. So it's now na hand we dey. So now wetin una say e go be, na e go be. If una say e no go be, e no go be. So my own on this gender issue, abeg SARS, I have to put SARS, ogas, SARS. Make una give women a chance. Every day I say, who sing that song? Be Sonny Okosun. Give women a chance. Sonny Okosun. No how many years ago, Sonny Okosun sing that song. Nigeria don't answer that question. To tell you, right? Nigeria don't give women chance, as we see. No, they see they squeeze our neck. Let us breathe. Let women breathe. They don't want to let women breathe for Nigeria. The role of the women, if you have the right women in positions of power in Nigeria, the lives of Nigerians will change. The reason why you don't see much change in the political landscape is Nigeria is because you don't have enough solid women. The likes of Dora Akinyele, everybody can attest to what she did as the NAFDAC person, chairwoman, right? You see the role she played. Till tomorrow, if anybody mentioned Dora Akunyili, everybody go stand up, salute. That's how the impact that woman made. Look at Obi Ezekwesili. Sorry if I'm saying the name wrong. Look at what she's doing in her own sphere, in her own space. Imagine giving women like that the opportunity. What about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala? She's a Nigerian. But look at the impact that woman is making in the world. Nigeria, they fear outspoken. It's just as they talk now. Some men, when they'll say, God, which kind of woman is this? She should be heard and not even open her mouth. I'm telling you, right? Unfortunately, there's some men who don't like it. They know the idea of women being in such position. See what they happen. Do you understand? So the men have to really, really talk to themselves. And I mean this. You have to give the women the opportunity to express who they truly are. Bring the balance that is needed. There's no balance in the country now. That's why it is upside down. It's topsy. Is it topsy? They talk for English. Topsy everywhere.
Okay.
So women's role in politics in every strata in the country cannot be overemphasized. We need great women. We need decent women. Not all women. The likes of Ireti Kingibe should not even near the Senate. I'm sorry, because she's also encouraging that history of silence in women. We don't want Nakoko, not her generation be this. We want to talk, and we want what we are saying to be heard. We don't want to be silenced, So Dr. CM, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince and not confuse you.
Thank you, CM. Thank you. Let's
Thank
go.
you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolf, and good afternoon. And Omoye, good day to see you.
Good afternoon, Chim. Long time. Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
I was just going to watch. I was not going to come in. I just wanted to watch and enjoy, which I was doing until Tony made a comment that I wanted to. So I don't have a question. It's just what Tony said. Because I agree with everything you're saying. The only thing I'm going to add before going to what Tony said is that we've had Patricia Ete. I don't know what any of us makes of her candidacy as Speaker of the House of a Representative when she was a Speaker. We've had good ones. So for every Ireti or Patricia Ete or the lady from Ekiti, who was also on a rise. I'm trying to remember that woman's name, who was almost literally defending Akpabio. We've always also had good ones. So for me personally, it's always that there are always bad people, male, female, in all instances. I do agree with you that the female folks in Nigeria have not really been given a chance at leadership because it's an alpha-dominated environment. It's a given. But I also think the women haven't really pushed also, because it'd be like, make we go our lingo, it'd be like, all this whole who will save Nigeria thing. We don't leave space for corrupt people. So corrupt people will run the thing. So as when they do them as per corrupt men, so then they bring their corrupt women put for the same space. So it's the same thing. So like you rightly said, we have to wake up, take that space back. But to what Tony said, I was going to say to Tony, women who go to vote, and I mean good women who go to vote. I know that a lot of people are induced to vote. So a lot of our women that show up during the polling do not necessarily understand what they're going there to go and vote. They just sit down there, one man come bring money, share for them, and so carry them, go polling booth, tell them who they go vote for. So they don't really sit down to say, okay, Omoye they run. Look at that Omoye why they see for YouTube, where they during election, where they talk. Bless now this kind of person we need for a senator. May we go voter. I don't see that kind of thing happening. So people will vote, both male and female. It has nothing to do with women not voting for their fellow women. It's just a function of the fact that they're ignorant. And then secondly, a lot of people just go there and they vote their townsman. I mean, we've seen today women who are coming out in the streets of Akwa Ibom. And what are they doing? They are rallying behind their son. You know, we saw that also a while ago. Some women somewhere came out to say, one the same Natasha, not to speak ill of their Senator Akpabio and all that. So, and some of these people they don't even know what they're doing. They're people who are being gingered for ulterior motives. So I just wanted to correct that impression that he made, that because women have more votes, because we have more female electors, then necessarily, why haven't they used that to translate into voting for their fellow women? No, it doesn't. It doesn't follow. That 1 + 1 in this instance is not 2. That's all I wanted to come and say.
Thank you very much, Chim. No, I agree with everything you said, to be honest, especially the part where you said that, some of these women, they don't even know. It's very true. They just share 1,000, 1 gallon of oil, 1 bag of small rice. That's it. They go, they say, they give us this thing. They say, we vote for so and so. That's true. There's also that. You're absolutely right. And to your point about women not doing enough to push themselves to that point. You could be right in the sense that perhaps it's because of the landscape in Nigeria. That's why. Because the landscape in Nigeria discourages them. There's some men who don't even want their women to work in Nigeria. There's some men who don't like the idea of their women being in politics in Nigeria because of the likes of Akpabio, because of what they experience in the hands of the likes of Akpabio. Do you understand? So some men, because they're trying to protect their wives, will say, no, I don't want you doing this. I don't want you engaging in politics, even though they will be good for those rules. So it's another thing so it's pointing back again to our men. Like, if say your woman gets that, capacity and she fit do am, support her, give her the opportunity to do am. Not just shut her down. Natasha husband not get too head when he allow Natasha today. I mean, when I say allow, I don't like that word, but at least the woman, they push herself and she get the opportunity to get the platform when she take run. Men for Nigeria, they do that one for their wives. A lot of things go change. So part of the problem why women know they push themselves, because Nigeria, if you not marry, you're not complete as human being for Nigeria. We all know that. So most of these women, when they marry, depending on the type of man, when they marry, the man will say, no, either you choose politics or you choose husband. Which one? We've heard it now. So the woman say, okay, because they like family. And to them, marriage now everything. So they go choose the marriage. They go say, okay, you know what? The husband say, make him no do, he no go do. So that's part of the problem we're having. So the men in Nigeria, need to, and even in diaspora too, need to, you see your wife get this talent and she sabi it, let them, because now the name they bring to you anyway. Now you go see jollof from all of them anyway. So why not give her let her go? Push her. They tell her, say, yeah, be her biggest fan. They say, yeah. My wife for president, she's the best. Push her. They no matter, push her. When you reach here finish, you go to drive the Benz. You'll get all the security. You understand? They'll say, you say it's my wife. Oh, help me take my wife. The same way women say, help me take my husband. You too, you'll be posing. It's my wife, oh, you even be dangling the keys. And
Omoye, stop. Do you think someone like Tony would like to be saying things like this and my wife? Or actually, I want you to explore this thing Tony did, because he presented it we've not talked about one side of it. One side was that women are voters and they're not voting for that woman. But the other side he presented was, that women, they have to prove themselves. I know you pushed back a little bit, but I think there is more to be done at that end in terms of it's like black people before Obama became president. That's what white racists were saying. Black people should prove themselves. Go and be governor first. Go and be a senator. Even when they become senators, you have to prove yourself. So why is that, Tony? We'll get him back and let him answer that. Chim, thank you so much. Let's go to the next person.
Thank you very much, Chim. It was good to see you again. Thank you.
All right, KJ, welcome.
Good afternoon or good morning, KJ.
Good afternoon, Moye. It's good to see you. I've been listening to you. You made me run away from church, so I had to come back to listen to you. I've listened to all you've said. I totally agree with everything that you've said, and I think it is time for us to push for that diaspora voting. If that will change the system and bring more, should I say, transparency in the Nigerian governance system. The thing is that, I don't have a question for you. I just make a little contribution. The thing is that, look, for Mrs. Ireti, for instance, Mrs. Kingibe, she fought this Akpabio, and this lady was one of those who supported her through the fight of Akpabio. Now, you are the same person forming and trying to defend the same system that you knew wasn't fair to you. Okay? In your fight against Wike, this lady was right there with you, fighting Wike, even though it didn't have anything to do with her. So, you see, sometimes the fight is divided because they know that these people have the yam, they have the knife. Someone like Akpabio has the yam, has the knife. So, the yam is cut for you according to your loyalty to the individual, not according to your loyalty to the country or to what you have been called to do. So it's a bit difficult, fighting from outside to make an impact. And you see, some people have come to say, why is Natasha saying she wants to be in a place where she can be seen? The truth is that you can remain in the Senate for a very long time without anybody hearing you, because they can't even see you even if you put up your hand. Because remember, you have to recognize first before you can be seen.
Yes.
So if you're in a place where you cannot be seen and there's no mic attached to your table, how can you now make an impact, for crying out loud? You see, I'm simply saying in all of this that I think that sometimes we organize ourselves, and I don't know whether it is the Stockholm syndrome they call it, but we kind of align with those who are putting us in the position where we have been fighting to remove ourselves from. Look at what is going on in Lagos State. The people who are fighting the cause are the ordinary people who are. Now, I also want to tell you, OC, that yesterday the women in Akwa Ibom State organized to warn Natasha. Okay, that is still there. I mean, they even met this morning on the same issue. So you begin to wonder, what is really the problem? Are we going to run the country in accordance with who is in power or in accordance with the law of the nation, the constitution? So it's a big whatever you and Dr. Rudolf can do, because I know you guys are the big players. We're just out there, we will be able to support you guys, The reason why I left Nigeria in the first place was because I was tired and I had to save my life first. So I can, Bob Marley say, he who fights and run away, live to fight another day. I'm just trying to live to fight another day, but not because the fight is done, and it is a messy fight, and I wish you well as you go on to organize people into that combat-ready situation that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, KJ. I appreciate. Thank you. Those women that they were paid. Some of them, if you ask them, KJ, if you say you go there now, you say, Madam, why are you? So what's the purpose of this protest? They go say, our son, no. They won't even know what they are saying. First of all, they don't even understand why they are protesting. They don't even know that they are fighting against their own self-interest. There's a lot of ignorance that plays in the grassroots in Nigeria, because nobody has really done the job of really opening up their minds to help them understand. So those women, they do it. If Natasha 50 mobilized, if Natasha was petty, right? If I were Natasha, I'm that petty. I for organize my own people too. I go say, Mona, go tell them, say, leave your daughter alone. Leave her alone. Is it because she's beautiful? Is it because she's beautiful? We'll do drama for them. You understand? But it just goes to show this is what we deal with during the election cycle as well. They go pay $5, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5. Everybody they think of their stomach. Nobody they fit think past their stomach. You know, so I mean, for me, I just feel say all of us we need to organize. You see, this diaspora voting, we need to put our backs into it. And the way we do it is by using our voices and our platforms and reaching out to our representatives. They must hear us. Okay, even with this field that we are dealing with in the government, they must hear us. So we must insist. Is when we become silent, we don't do anything, we just talk about it, we just play around with it. That's when they would go ahead and do things modus operandi like they've been doing. But if we insist, I guarantee you we will see something. They will not have a choice. The question now will be how you're going to channel that diaspora voting, because they feel still cheat. So we need to now also pay attention to how that is set up and protect it too. So that way, even if there's diaspora voting, they no go bring people from Kodo, from different parts of the world, come where they go they thumbprint as Nigerian. So that's the only thing. But
Thank
we
you.
need to mobilize.
And sorry, Dr. Damage, I'm taking a bit more time. I need to tell Mr. Tony, who is my good friend, that women have always shown, high levels of integrity when it has to do with governance in Nigeria. If you follow the little bit, just like Tim said, the lady who was speaker, remember when she was removed, the northern speakers, the northern members of the House went back to apologize to her behind closed doors, and I follow that development, a bit more. And I don't know if Dr. Damages have that information. They went to tell her that the reason why they removed her was because their religion don't accept that women should lead men, not because she was corrupt. She was quite apt. They even sold a dummy to us, saying that they removed her because she didn't know how the Senate ruled. She was a hairdresser. They should come and look at what's her name, AOC here, what she's doing in the house, But again, I just want to point it so that we are not mistaken that women. If you remember the Senate have always had problem with beautiful women. I mean, the House of National Assembly. If you remember the case of Arime Ota, the lady who was heading the Nigerian Exchange Commission, okay, and they asked her. This time it was one legislator from Benue State who insisted that she should play ball, and she wasn't playing ball, and they wanted to embarrass her. Of course, you don't embarrass people who know their onions, and she told them off right at the Senate. So this is not the first time we're seeing the National Assembly getting into trouble with women who seem to be, with the larger society regard as beautiful. Okay, so all I'm saying is it's not the first time. It will not be the last time. These individuals have to be told how to operate, because if you, just like you said, the Nigerian men have totally failed the country. That's the truth. If more women were given opportunity, maybe Nigeria would have been a little bit far away from where we are now. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you very much, KJ. I just want to quickly mention so that Tony's comment, like women are not pushing them. That's why I asked him, does he have a mother? Because mothers do a whole lot in the house. They are the backbone of the house. If the mama step out one day, the whole house go dey sick. Even the man self go dey sick because he no fit do anything. Because for Nigeria, the woman they do everything, right? So that's why I asked him that question. And if he has sisters, unless he's coming to tell us that his sisters are lazy and his mother is lazy, the role of women in society cannot be. You cannot finish explaining it. The support you get from your wife or your mother when you're trying to pursue a goal, check it. Sometimes your mother will give her last dime to ensure that you get to where you need to get to. So what more push is there that she needs to do? So, and that's why I also gave example of the girl that they almost took out her eye. There's no more push than that. That's at the point of she could have lost that eye forever, or she could have even lost her life. What more push past that one? Every election cycle, women come out in droves. Whether some of them know what they are doing or they don't know what they are doing is a different thing, right? But what are the men? Do the men give them the opportunity to shine? No. Look at how they removed what's her name? Uju Kennedy. Uju Kennedy was somebody that was getting there. You might not like her, really, whatever. You might have your whatever, about her, but she was doing something. Her voice was being heard. And I was really rooting for her. The next thing they said they are removing her. I personally, I was disappointed. I'm like, let this woman work. So this is part of the problem. So when you have women that are outspoken, not beautiful, not more come beauty, outspoken, that knows their onions, and maybe they are now blessed with the physical attraction, right? They're not, I don't understand. They just removed Uju Kennedy. Piam, if he was a man that did the same thing, Uju Kennedy, if he was a man, you'll still be there. That's the difference. The unfairness of it all is very prevalent. You can see it right there. So we must continue to talk. We must mobilize. We must strategize. This, what's it called? The diaspora voting. Dr. Damages. Diaspora voting, it must happen, whether you want them or not.
KJ talked about that we are the people that should make it happen. He will follow us. But I think if we look for people who have the audience, we should look for Pastor Jerry Eze. He talks to 170,000 people every day. We should look to people like Ebukobi, Anyway, but this is a very important factor. Omoye, I just found out that there are about 2 million to 20 million Nigerians abroad. So if you think about that, if they could vote, they could actually determine who is the president.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we must mobilize every corner of the world. We really, really need to take it seriously.
Yeah. All right, KJ. Thank you. You want to say something?
Okay. Rudolf.
Yeah.
Yes, Rudolf. Yes. On this diaspora voting, a lot has been said about it. Is it not better, supposing rather than cut us off guard, somebody might say, how is it gonna work? While we are discussing it, let's work out the mechanics so that when you are confronted, you say this is the way it should work, is instantly, so that are not to go back and say, okay, let's come back and then start saying diaspora voting should work this way. We already believe, I think at least 90% of us in the diaspora believe that there should be diaspora voting. So why can't we, in the interim, work out the modality, the mechanics, the way it should be, just like the operational modus of anything, so that when you are when you are saying, say this is how it should work, this is how we have already done it, it's error proof, it's something like a rigging proof, all those things. Yes.
Yeah. Kenya, they are doing it in Kenya, so there's nothing special about it. If Kenya can do that, Nigeria can do it. It's a question of whether they want to do it. We can push them to do it. All you just need to do is to tell Kenya, okay, what's the template you're using, and you use the same template. And that's it. It's not a big deal. It's a question of whether they want
to tweak it to our own peculiar needs.
Yeah. That's it. So it shouldn't be difficult. Let's go to John Abba. John Abba, welcome.
Dr. Reddy, thank you. Good to have you and your guest today. Omoye, nice to see you.
Good morning, Dr. John Abba. Sorry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Pastor.
Oh, Pastor. Okay, good morning, Pastor.
I'm retired. It's nice to see you. I disagree with diaspora voting. I'm not in support of it for the very reason you have highlighted in your comment. I believe going out to protest in Nigeria can move them better, because that we send a strong message. These people are not as strong as you think, but through voting and all those things, they will manipulate. If Nigerians in diasporas can go home and just make a major protest, it will go a long way than vote that the woman will pledge. If the Bible can be fulfilled in Nigeria, when you see it, all things are possible. That is part of the word it's talking about. It's not in other place. So Nigerians are not that disciplined. They take side, and for that reason, that is. And their fight, we are not too different from the people in Nigeria, those in abroad. So for that reason, I'm not for it, but it's okay. That's my stand. And when it comes to Natasha issue, um, I like Natasha as a woman. She's a strong woman. You need more of her, more of people like you spoken. But she have a weak husband that been a beneficiary with Akpabio all his time. In her whole world, he say, my husband adore Senator Fabio, and it is in his presence he was carrying her, was holding her hand around the house while he was present, and at the same time that he whistled that whatever he said to her in his presence. You can imagine if he's not there. You can imagine if it's not there. In as much there's no excuse for him, he shouldn't do that to any woman. Well, when you are a strong woman, marry a strong man, not this weak man following like boy that a man will tell your husband in his own presence. I can't, in fact, in her own word, he said it was when they got to the hotel room that the man asked him what exactly, and she was trying to avoid it and all of that. Then let that birthday know who. That birthday that they said that birthday mate, that their birthday should not hold. So I don't understand how we. I mean, it's easy that I hope you are married to a strong man, or if you're going to have a boyfriend, have a strong one that if in your presence you want to protect her. When they see your presence, they know that if anybody touch this woman, the world finish. Don't we African, we don't want to die. And that's the word. Yesterday, my good friend Paul was saying that we don't like fight. We don't have what it takes to fight. We are not even ready for that. Then we are talking about issue, and that is it about it. And then when it comes to the issue of you saying about women, we should do more for women. I think so. I have a strong woman, a woman, and I have a strong mother. My mother told me that don't look your shoulder and tell another man what about you? He said, what about you? Ask yourself, what are you doing? So don't go wrong. And I don't believe that this manipulation of bringing those lady, which you guys have commented on it, that they don't know. But then we have a long work to do to let them know. You cannot just go and be protesting for people that you don't know what is going on, and then you hold somebody as responsible. Women need to know, they need to be educated that this woman have a right. In those, and then we also should factor their age. Those women are the age that even when they have sex with their own daughter, they'll say, don't say it because nobody will marry you if you say it. So there are many factors that they, even when they know privately it's not the right thing, they think the woman should not come out publicly to say some certain things like that. So having said that, it's nice to see you. I say I've been watching from the very beginning till now. But Natasha is a beautiful woman with a weak man. Thank you.
Yeah.
John
All right.
Albert, go ahead, Dr.
No,
Damages.
no, you go first. You're the guest. I want to ask John a question because
Okay.
yeah.
John Albert, thank you very much. And you're right. You're right, because that was my thought too. Matter of fact, I was on a space, and when it first happened, after the interview, and when she was narrating it, and I made a comment about that. I'm like, what man? Another man is holding your wife's hand. Hey, I said he's lucky that it is a quiet man, whatever that is. Why would you be holding another man's wife's hand? That one no settle, sit well with me. But it is what it is. It's their relationship. I can't speak on it. My own concern and focus now Natasha. How Natasha go to break the back, expose what the apple for Senate. That's why I'm here for, so that we can televise it. I'm here for the drama. But, and then with regards to those women on the ground and everything, there are people on the ground that are actually trying to educate the people, but we need more people, clearly, in different communities, So people that are from that area and they see what played out, I am saying that they should go out there and start to educate these people, because some of them don't understand why they are even protesting. They are protesting against their interest and they don't even know it, So that's what I'm going to say for that. And then, of course, we need more women. We need strong women, outspoken women like Natasha. We need more of them in the Senate. We need at least 50 women in the Senate. It is unconscionable that we have 109 senators, out of which there are only 4 women. It is unconscionable. We must do something about that. Everybody is doing what they can. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it again. I don't know if Natu is here. We're doing something behind the scenes where we're trying to get women on board. Of course, we're going to do the necessary checks and all of that to see how we can push them and get them to run for offices in the rep, in the National Assembly as well. We have to put our money where our mouth is. We can only do so much. You talked about protests in Nigeria. I'm all for it. That one I don't shout since. Una know na my position since before. Say more now to shut down the system, because we got to restart. How many of us ready to go from here to the diaspora? Because if we're going to move, we got to find ways to move, and it has to be strategic. How many of us are ready to do that? Everybody want to go to heaven, but nobody want to honor life. Nobody want to die. That's the problem, right? So 100%, in fact, now that one I me want, Jonaba. Now that one now stand with pass. This whole election. Me not be like say I know they talk anything. I don't they do my part. Now maybe they talk. I don't tell them say now sit down look be monkey business. If I not see the necessary things being done in order for us to ensure we're going to have a solid election circle again, count me out. I'm not interested. I will make my platform available, but I ain't taking no sides, because now to crash the system start again, I need it for. That's it. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your comments there. Really, really did. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Omoye. Janaba, just a quick question. Your mom, you said, was she not from, where was she from? Your mom?
Benue.
Benue. Okay. Who is from Anambra State in your family? There's somebody from Anambra.
My grandfather's mom.
Oh, okay. All right. So I wanted to know, who do you admire? Because we had in the story that Natasha's husband admired
Akpabio.
Who do you admire? Will you say you admire? Showore, who you are GO of your church. Who do you admire? Who do you have hold in
You'll be surprised if you don't crack your brain too much.
No, I'm looking for somebody big, that you. But the point is, there's something we miss when we talk about this relationship and what happened in that room, and I wanted to bring it out in a way. If you're, I don't know if you've been with any president, if you've seen any president, Nigerian president, or any president, actually, even American president, say you are in a room with Trump, you and your wife, and Trump holds the hand of your wife, you're not going to do anything.
Let me not cut you short. Before you go before president of a high class, except Nigeria can be a president like that, right? It's already, everything has already protocol to be followed, and now we tell them our own protocol. So I'm not the person. Don't knock through because we all come here and joke. And the one reason why I was even against the diaspora voting, anything CMO is for it. It's already a taboo for me. CMO, I think if you say good morning, I have to go outside and look at the room because it's going to change it to a tribal issue. So that is another, for him to even, after him I talk, it's already a red flag for me. That's my own prophecy. So that's it. And CM is a good man. I see him laughing to I think he should be seen what we went in the show with him. So they can last.
No, please.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Don't patronize me. Don't patronize me. I'm coming because I will make a comment. Don't patronize me
Okay.
yet.
All right,
Please.
all right, all
Don't
right.
Can I say
patronize
something?
me.
I
Yeah,
want
I
I
will
hold
want
make
on,
a
KJ.
comment.
KJ, go ahead.
I want to add more flesh to what Rudolf said.
No, he didn't
Listen.
answer my question. That's I wanted him to answer before.
Okay, I even want to add more flesh to it.
Okay,
I want to add more flesh. You see, we keep forgetting that this man used to, or is friends with Akpabio even before he got married. It's just like Akpabio is like his elder brother, according to his wife's testimony. Consequently, if my elder brother comes to my house and is holding my wife's hand, you think I should have any suspicion that there's something behind? I don't know if you understand what I'm
With a
saying.
man with that record, I'm not going to stay long and be
Hold on,
arguing with you.
hold on,
I'm
hold on.
out of here. That is
Hold
how you
on.
guys justify it, and we are weak.
No,
21st
hold on,
century, we are still here. Bye for now.
hold on.
John Abba is gone. He doesn't want that conversation.
The senator didn't go there as an official engagement. It's not an official engagement. They are friends. They have been visiting each other. The man has been going to their house for many times. So it is one of those continuation that this thing happened. So it wasn't like these are two strangers and it's an official engagement. So there is something unofficial happening right now. It was not official. So let's not read meanings that.
Okay, KJ, sorry. Has he frozen? Can you hear me?
Let Jonathan come back now. Yeah. Let him come back and hear me.
Can you hear me, Rudolf?
Come back and
yeah,
hear
we can
me.
hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this Igbo proverb. It says, "Obumma ane ekweke were mma gaya nazu." Literal interpretation means the person who kills by the sword. The moment the person sees anybody going behind them with a sword, that person is going to react. Yesterday, I jokingly said, because I was rushing off to go to work, I said, they are selling soft porn to us. I'm not interested in their soft porn. I know people laughed and all that. There are some men, if Akpabio is really the man's friend, I don't know what they do, but they know themselves. So assuming that man didn't hear, I mean, let's take a pause. The man didn't necessarily hear what the Senate president said to his wife. But when he got home, he asked his wife, what was it? What was that whole whispering all about? Why would he suspect anything was wrong to the degree of asking that question? So in as much as the attitude of Akpabio is inappropriate, we would deal with it for its inappropriateness. The other conspiracy I have is that when people go and drink in the bar together, they know what they do in the bar. I know because of the civility of what's going on, nobody is going into those realms. You know your friends. You know the kind of friends you have. So there are certain friends who won't let their friends come near their sisters. We know this. How can you pretend? There's some of your friends, when you see your sister around, they say, "What's going on here?" Because you know what you and your friends do. So you don't want them to bring it home to your relatives. Let's call a spade here. I know because of the sensitivity of what Natasha is fighting for. Let's deal with that because it is wrong for a government functionary at the level of the Senate president trying to use his powers. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to use his leverage to, I don't know what word to use now, to corner this woman. And he's showing because she hasn't played ball, he's beginning to fight her in the Senate, take away her seats, not allow her to speak and all those things. But back to that comment, when two people, for the man to have suspected something was fishy, that he waited. Remember, he looked at his wife, looked at the senator, but they didn't say anything for civility's sake. But when they got home, he now started probing further. So it means he knows the character he's dealing with.
Yeah, thank you, Chim. Let's get new voices who are here to weigh in to join us. Mr. James, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I will speak briefly on two topics. The first is diaspora voting. It should not be encouraged at all because if, for example, in the Gambia here where I live, there's going to be a polling booth, a polling station in the Gambia. It's going to be located in the Nigerian High Commission compound. And all the High Commission staff are members of the ruling party. So it's what they submit that you will accept. The government of the Gambia has no right to interfere with what is going on there. And don't be surprised, at the end of the day, the number of vote cast outside Nigeria will exceed the number of voters registered in Nigeria. Don't rule it out. So as long as these people will man the elections in the Nigerian High Commission compound, take it or leave it. We cannot handle it. I mean, we should just concentrate on sensitizing the people at home, not we who are outside. That's the issue. Now, the main issue is Natasha Akpoti's problem. It was yesterday I was citing, I think I was saying something about how we were brought up in Benin City, Nigeria. Mr. Rudolf, kindly permit me to summarize it.
Go ahead.
Tradition, it is completely out of place for a Benin man to lock hands with a married woman who is not his wife. He is permitted to marry as many women as he wishes, but a woman cannot marry more than one husband at a time. If a Benin woman wants to marry another husband, she needs the permission of her husband, and that is, she seeks a divorce. After she has been divorced, then she can marry another man. Now, here is a man, unfortunately, sorry, let me digress. This man is from, although I spent all my good life in Benin City, so I think like a Benin man. Now, here is a man whose tradition do not permit the kind of things he's tolerating. As a Benin man, as somebody brought up in Benin City, the clothes of my friend's wife, the clothes she's putting on no account should the clothes touch my body. My friend's wife, on no account, even a married woman, on no account should her clothes touch my body. Because if there's a contact between me and her clothes, people will read meanings to it. Then they will be telling, and that's just how it happens. So this very guy who is saying that I have discussed the issue with Akpoti, with Akpabio, and this, that. I don't want to be sarcastic. The man seems to be benefiting materially from the relationship between him and Akpabio. That is why he's finding it difficult to call him to order. This is a very serious matter all over the world. When I was in the Republic of South Africa, this kind of things is enough, in fact, more than enough, to enable the husband of the woman to hire a gunman to go after this guy in South Africa. It happens all the time. They shoot people dead because of women. And this is what this man is tolerating. So I think Natasha is strong enough to handle the situation. She's more disciplined than the man, than her husband. This is what I'm saying. I understand she attended the University of Abuja. I think her father died early, and because of her predicament, growing up without a father, I think, if I'm not mistaken, her first husband was taking undue advantage of her. She had a baby or something like that. She has been finding life very, very difficult because of maltreatment she's receiving from men. And this is what has molded a woman's character to be what she is today. I sincerely wish her well. There's no doubt about that. And she's a shining star. And I feel very disappointed that the Senate woman, is it really Kingigo, whatever it is, certain statements are credited to her, which I did not listen to. I sincerely pity her for tolerating such things, because women have had it terribly rough in Nigeria. My mother, for example, never went to school. Not because she's stupid or she's incapable of going to school, simply because there was the belief in those days that you don't train women, because when you train her, she carried the knowledge to her husband's house. That is what robbed my mother the chance of going to, even primary school. But despite that, I noticed something about her, why she's in the, when they're transacting their business in the market. If you go and let's say buy something from a mother of these market women, you say a can of Coca-Cola costs 23 and a half kobo or 23 and whatever kobo. I want to buy 500. How much is the total? Without a calculator, without a pencil or paper, you just need to give them few seconds. They tell you the dead accurate amount. How they're able to work it out is still a mystery to me. Despite my knowledge of mathematics today, advanced mathematics, calculus differential equations, I cannot do what those market women were doing in those days. This shows that to be stupid or clever, it does not depend on gender. It depends on your genetic composition and the environment you grew up. Nigerian men should behave responsibly. I'm not saying that all the women are saints. Better Edu, for example, could not live up to expectation. Yet, other women are living up to expectation, even above what they are expected. So this is how I see the whole show. Nigeria need to be leveled up. Let the play field be level in all areas. And unfortunately, let me say unfortunately, I've lost confidence in Nigeria. The country is beyond repair. As far as I'm concerned, I'm even thinking of post-Nigerian republics. So my little question is, do you think Nigeria is redeemable? Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolf, for tolerating me.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you so much for your comments there. Honestly, I can't but agree with you on the points that you put across. You're right in a lot of instances that you spoke about there. And you're right about your mother, because yes, I heard that growing up, like a lot of women were not allowed to go to school, which, that's part of, that, and it's still playing out, even though they're not allowing them. It's now transferred to shutting them, silencing them, So thank you very much for saying that and for recognizing that. I really appreciate that historical perspective. To your question whether Nigeria is redeemable, yes, it is, if we do not give up. I think that as Nigerians, right, we always tend to, some of us want something to happen right now, right? If it's not happening right now, forget it, it's gone. I've heard a lot of, I've been in spaces and I heard a lot of people say, oh, Nigeria, forget Nigeria, forget Nigeria. But we don't realize that when we keep saying forget Nigeria, the countries that we're in, the people live in those countries and people fought and died for those countries. How can a country that the Creator himself gave to us, flowing with milk and honey, because we don't know the value of it, or maybe we're choosing not to know the value of it, we say because it's not working right now, we're not seeing it, so maybe no. I refuse. It's like a mother and a child, to a child, you don't ever, a mother never gives up on their child. Never. Of course, are there instances where, maybe due to scenarios or circumstances, the mother chooses, you know what, I'm done with this child? Yes. Right? But the way I see Nigeria is we should see it as a child. We cannot give up on that land. I cannot personally give up on my ancestral home. Never. If I don't have a dime today, if I don't have anything and it's okay, maybe DT tomorrow, bring policy. You say, I don't want to see Nigerians. Everybody go back to Nigeria. If I not take anything with me, I go see my grandpapa house enter. Mud house. He go there. I go see and enter. I go see food chop. I go get farm for my backyard. I go see food chop. I will not. I refuse. Right? So it is, for me, Nigeria is not over. Nigeria is not gone. Lie. We always want to see ourselves. The problem we get for Nigeria, and I'm not saying you said this, Mr. James. I'm just adding to what you said, right? I'm not saying you alluded to it in any way. It's not about what you said at all. There's also the set, those of us that see ourselves tribally, it's tribal, north, south, east, west. But guess what? If the country is working, you can from the south go to the north, there'll be no problem. If we have functioning court systems, functioning roads, transportation is good, go road is good, security is taken care of, you can travel and do business wherever. There was a time that somebody from the north could be governor in Calabar, in Akwa Ibom. That can happen again, but we have to get past ourselves and see the goal of we want security. We want everybody to live their lives. If we get it right, we cannot decide. Let's say we get the leadership right and we do what we need to do as a people and come together and do what we need to do, whether it's protest, whether it's election, however way, right? And we have the right leaders there. We can now discuss and say, Dr. Damages, where's that your village again? I better go to your village. It's been real. And I no need to see your face again. It's okay. When I want to visit, I call you. I come to visit you in your village. The same thing with me. So until we do that, I don't want to give up. I cannot. It will be criminal for me to give up on Nigeria. It will be criminal for any one of us as Nigerians to say we want to give up in Nigeria. The countries where we have peace right now and we are living and thriving, people fought and died for it. I'm not saying that will be our case. I listened to a video of someone yesterday. He was making a difference between Oyibo people and our African people. He said the difference is Oyibo people are ready to kill for what they want. Sorry, Dr. Damages. They are ready to unalive for what they want. Our delicious people, our people, Black people, Africans, right? We are ready to, we go unalive for other people to take what we get. It was insightful. I never thought about it like that. And if you look at the world, that's what's happening. Oyibo people go, they go fund terrorism, they go destroy your society as long as they're collecting your mineral resources. So we need to, it's very important for us to have a transformation of the mind. There's a reason why you're a Nigerian. It was not a mistake. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. That's why we all gather here sometimes. We unconsciously, we don't like it, we don't want to hear, we're tired of, but we still find ourselves gravitating. Why? So for me, we have to continue to fight too. That's the way I see it too. Is Nigeria redeemable? Yes, but we need to get our own act together and we have to unify. Without the unity, I'm sorry, we will be T-Pain 20 to 31 go they pick in teeth again. So that's it. That's my take on that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. And,
Yeah, please, can they allow me to sign out?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Thank you.
Okay, Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
All right, my sister Omoye.
Good morning, sir. Or good afternoon, sir.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, on the last subject you guys were just talking about, Nigeria redeemable or not irredeemable, all of us, majority of us who are here, we still carry this green passport. And until any other thing is said otherwise, that's what we carry. If you like, carry American passport too. If you like, carry South Africa or wherever you are. The core of us, that's who we are. I try to stay away from the politics of it. I know you're talking about Natasha and stuff like that. They said, one man sang a song. I said, a man cannot go further than your woman. Let him. A man cannot go any further than your woman. Let him.
That's Roy C.
Who was that?
Roy C.
Roy C. Exactly. That's Roy C.
This is 1940 what?
No. It's in the 70s.
It is 19. Doctor, it's 19 Kridim. That's the year. It's 19 Kridim. And the whole thing boils down to character. I do realize if you look, you go to bank, majority of the people who work there are women in a lot of banks. And then to some of us who grew up in the other era, I can say one thing. When our father died and my mom stood, as a young lady she was, but then in defense of my mother, I was just about 5 years old then, I would always carry stones in my pocket. And the men knew that if you go near my mother, you'll be stoned. I actually stoned a couple. So they will tell the story out there. That's not the topic. The topic is that why is it that when we come to our forums anywhere, what I call the Ngwa Road syndrome, the St. Bottles syndrome, or the Chocho Menuku syndrome, it comes to play. The men begin to laugh and dance like Akpabio. It's a continuum each and every day. But going straight into women participation in anything, not just politics. Last time you were here, I remember asking a question that we are trying to fill in the role of women in a board that we are trying to compose. And that board is the New Mask for Artists Foundation. And you suggested a name down there. Of course, we won't hold you today because you made it clear that it's up to her. My friend, late Dr. Sally Okogun, was alive then and made contact, called, sent me the information, I also called. So as it stands right now, I would say that we've come too far. We have 3 steps ahead of us now. 3 things. It goes back to the welfare of artists in Nigeria. Yesterday, I said to Dr. Damages that Igbo Basics would be at Abakmanike today. And yes, we were at Abakmanike. And I sent Dr. Damages the clips of Chief Zebudaya Okorigwenwobe, alias 430, as he prayed over the same subject we are talking about. As a precursor, now we have some very highly placed Nigerians, very highly placed Nigerians, making up the board that we have composed. But here is the issue. When we talk about women not participating or not being given a chance, the issue is that we try to do what I call the new face of Nigeria. And the new face of Nigeria should include the West, the North, the East, the South. It should also include a blend of men and women. For right now, we have enough men, and I'm talking about men who are highly placed, and we are ready to go. So I'm bringing it back to the table again, the same question that I asked you last time, because we all seem to have this our cash and carry mentality, waiting there in there for me. If not be the crayfish, where I go get today chop. We don't seem to look beyond our nose to legacy projects. Having said that, I'm believing that I may have been a little clear in terms of what I am discussing here. We have the 75th birthday ceremony or celebration of Zebudaya Okorigwenwobe, alias 430, coming up on June 10. After that, we see how the book launch, which we will eventually bring to table. And that book launch was supposed to be a seed to the New Mask Foundation. Do you have somebody else, a woman? Because we can easily say Ngozika, Mbeke, Mbafu. But we are finding it difficult to go across the Niger, be you Benue, be you Yoruba, be you Delta, but we need somebody from that area, more so a woman, to come into the mix, so that it will not be a case of nadem, only men all across. Do you have an option to nominate somebody else from that area? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
that's what you're doing. And let's some of these conversations, we can have it outside of the platform, because we basically have moved away from the conversation we're having. I can connect you to Omoye later on, and you can talk to her, so that we don't put it out here and some of this conversation. Okay. All right. So I muted you. Unmute yourself. There's noise coming from your end, so I muted you.
The other questions I asked about why is it that we all dance like, because we see beautiful women and stuff like that, everybody begin to dance like Akpabio. And the cash and carry situation of the Nigerian mentality.
All right. Thank God it's not me that you asked. Omoye, it's for you, if you understand.
How do I answer that question? The question is directed to the men. Like, why do you guys dance? I don't understand that. I don't know. Nobody's dancing. I haven't seen it. Dr. Damages did not dance. Chim did not dance. Dr. CM. So I don't know how to answer that question.
Akpabio was dancing.
Please, Rudolf, allow me to. Please,
hold on. Before, I know. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Thank you so much. I want to make sure we get to. There are some important things I want us to get to. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Let me hear from Okija, and then we will get back to CM and no, not just Okija. Forefathers is here. Okay, let's quickly. Anybody that comes, just 2 minutes, a question and then comment, and then we get to Okija. Go ahead.
Omoye, thank you for being the guest today. You heard all you said, and I've made my position known yesterday. I support Natasha, and I think she's a fighter. When she took on the Ajokuta State issue, she's been on it for a very long time, and I like her tenacity, the way she's pushing it. But on the issue of sitting arrangement, like I've said my mind, it's a non-issue. I think she's playing to the gallery. I'm not gonna go to fight with her on that. If it has to do with they're not allowing her to present bill in the House, yeah, we can talk about it. But in every country in the whole world, in their legislative chambers, people are having problems. It's not every time you bring law that it will be accepted. There are some things that go behind. People make alliances. You join opposition. Other parties, and you guys come together, bring bills together. So we know how it works in the US. It's not that like you just come together, you present something, it's accepted. But I think Natasha being a friend to she and her husband being friends with Akpabio, I think she has more leeway to deal with Akpabio than what's going on. So I'm not gonna get, like I said, that fight about seat in the National Assembly. It's whatever. She was talking about camera. I don't know who she expected to sit. There. Maybe Senator from Representative Okija supposed to sit there. Like Ireti said, she has been moved 4 times. The other people they've been moved like two times. So we're not getting to that. But another issue Nigeria is Nigeria is an unlawful, lawless country. Nigeria is a country that is Nigeria doesn't do justice. Men and women, they don't do justice. A lot of people, when they get to power corrupts. We've seen women, just like Nigerian women who got into power, just like Nigerian men, they are basically the same. We saw a woman, see some people that money stole, during Buhari's administration, the same thing during Tinubu. You have better. Just they are basically the same. Nigeria, the same political class. The same people thieving. Stealing from poor people. When they get opportunities, they steal from people. That's what it's sort of terrible in Nigeria. Nobody is a saint. No woman is not a saint. We have there was what's her name? That was a National Assembly leader. She was involved in a lot of corruption. And I followed the story. We have in Anambra when Peter Du was the bitch. A year back, she came in and she embezzled Anambra State money with her sons. So it's been like that all over. So nobody, nobody is a saint in Nigeria. But my question is this: okay, is it a case of a transferred aggression in Nigeria among Nigerian women? That when like women, they're not getting what is due to them. That's a good question. That's a good fight. But what women are doing to people under them, you see, like especially in homes, you see women beat up mates, burn them, maim them, do all sorts of things to them. We see videos of women selling babies. We see women having doing so sometimes I wonder what's going on. So is it a case of transferred aggression that is happening, that Nigerian women are involved in all these things?
All right. Thank you.
People under them, they are, like we're talking about women are being maltreated. Then you see people under them. You see mates, what they do to mates. That's my question.
Thank you, Okija. So, Omoye.
Okay. All right. So we're not talking about maids here. We're not talking about any other thing, but Natasha, the issue with Natasha, the Senate floor, the Senate House, and what happened with her. And I heard you mentioned, they've changed Ireti's seat 4 times. She didn't say anything. They changed somebody else's seat, so, and they didn't say anything. That's because they chose not to speak anything or say anything. In order for you to make any sort of change happen, you have to speak up. If you don't speak up, you'll be silenced forever. So what Natasha is trying to do is much more than being in front of the camera. I think people are missing that point. It's not about being seen. It's about being heard so that you can present the concerns of your community, of your constituency that you're representing. You can present their concerns clearly to the floor and they hear you. There are many senators in that National Assembly that we don't even know. We've never seen. They've never raised a bill for their people. They are not fighting for their people. Okay, so it's much more than that. So Natasha is fighting a good fight. And if we really want any sort of impact, I think that we should join, those of us with good conscience to join and make sure that her voice is heard, her concerns are noted, and perhaps it will bring about the necessary training that needs to take place about sexual harassment and all manners of harassment that Nigerian women go through and experience in Nigeria. Now, you talk about transferred aggression, perhaps transferred aggression from being suppressed. That's a transfer of aggression. So we cannot minimize what Natasha is trying to shine the torchlight on here. So we need to keep the focus. If we are interested in moving forward and fighting for what was given to us naturally, then we should get our act together, mobilize, do what we need to do to get that country that we want. That's all I'm going to say on that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Where is he? Okay, he's gone. Let's hear from Forefathers and then.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to the special guest, Madam Omoye Kona, and greetings to the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I hear what you have been saying about the way our men treat women. I think let me just comment quickly about Natasha Akpoti. I said it yesterday. I'm fed up of our men, kind of gushing over that lady, like, oh, she's beautiful. It's like, It's very, very unseemly the way they are going on about this. They need to stop it. And because it's the thing that we do when we see light-colored women and we just start talking like we are sycophants. And it doesn't do us justice, because our women and our ancestors don't necessarily look like that. She's mixed race. People forget. And you know, people should just focus on the human being. And I support what she stands for. All I've seen about her politics, she's been upstanding so far. I've not seen anything that says that in terms of her politics, anything is wrong with it. So that's why I support her. It's not about whether she's a woman. Even the Kingi Bay lady, I can fight for that lady from the point of view that when people keep saying, "Oh, why is she not backing another woman?" Yeah, men don't back men too. We see men all the time bad mouthing fellow men when they declare something. Was it not a man that threw Dele Farotimi inside prison? Men do bad things to each other too, and women are not any different. So from that point of view, I'm fighting for women to be just as free to behave as they want badly, and as well as men. And in terms of being involved in politics, there is benefit to having women in politics, but from what I can observe globally, there's no correlation between whether women are in politics and doing that versus whether the country is doing better. If you look at China now, it's not because women are involved in politics why China is doing well. You can even argue that while women are getting involved in politics in the West, that's when they started coming down. So it doesn't correlate at all. What the reason why they started doing this stuff about, you know, bringing women into politics and sending them to work, because they say it all the time. The reason why is to reduce birth rate. This is their real objective. It's not about empowering women. Women have always had power in their own way. They dominate certain sectors of our society that they make decisions on that men don't participate at all in. When we say women should get into politics, we are basically saying it's like the military. We want women to get into military, even if they are not conditioned or even naturally conditioned to do those type of roles. And that's what we are actually asking for. And we personally, when you ask that type of question, I want us to think, okay, is it worth the trouble? Is that where we are right now, where we have to worry about this stuff? If a woman wants to influence a man, they will influence a man easily. They raise most of the men. They control most of the homes. If they want to influence society, there are different ways of influencing society without running for politics and fighting people. Going to Senate House to query the Senate head. So I don't see a correlation between women being in politics and the development of a nation. It doesn't correlate at all. And historically, most of the women that have been powerful in nations in Africa is quite recent. This is a recent occurrence. When I checked it, when you were saying this stuff, I checked it. Most of them were 18th century, 16th century, during the period when Europeans came. So you would ask yourself, were we originally like that? Why were there no women before then? These Europeans, they may have brought this stuff in. Is the other way around? You were thinking that is us that made the macho culture. But while it may actually be, they are the ones that brought the feminist culture into our own culture. Because if you look at all the Amina, all of them, they tend to be from 15th century to now. They don't go further back. Many of them in the African countries, they're just quite recent ones. So I really think we need to understand the underlying information before we start making prescription for our own people. That is what I always say about this. I'm not have anything against women. If there's something women can do that will benefit society, I will support it 100%. I don't have any issues with that at all. I'm not here trying to say that women should not participate in society. I'm just saying that when we are asking for something, there's a reason why all these Western people are promoting those things. They want to slow our growth. America, they spend about 80% of their money for contraception on Africa. And in America too, the biggest people that they fund abortion for are black people again. They want to keep our population down. Even a white person has said it before. This is something that they seriously want to do because they know when we rise and we get to the population that we need to be, they can't keep us in check. The only way to keep us in check is to convince our women to go out and start worrying about other things as if childbearing and having human beings is not a powerful thing. It is one of the most powerful thing you can have on this earth. That is why America is the most powerful country, China is a powerful country, India is a powerful country. Which country can challenge them? Apart from Russia that has a lower population, but even that is a very, very populated this country too. So I'm going to leave it there. But I must say, I will. That's the negative part. But everything else I've heard you say about Nigeria, I think we are closer together on that one than most people. Like when Oga James was talking about breaking up the country, I really appreciate the way you described. I wouldn't describe it like that. I'll probably antagonize him. But I like the way you describe it to him, to let him understand that you can't give up what you have for less. So I really commend you for the work you are doing, and you are also pushing for the diaspora voting. I can't fault that. That's a good thing. And there's a lot of good things that you are doing. I'm just saying that in terms of the feminist stuff, we need to look at the underlying data. If you feel that there are things that are wrong in society, you can advocate them, but we have to be careful what we advocate in our society so that it doesn't do us damage. We have to have empirical evidence for what we are saying. That said, I think that's a comment. It's only comment I've got to make. But if I'm to ask a question, let me just ask one question. What would you recommend based on where we are right now in terms of the politics of Nigeria? I don't want to steer you in the direction that I want. What area is the biggest failing in the politics of Nigeria? And what would you say, what would you describe as a concrete solution that can get us there? I know you don't have all the answers, but just give us as close as possible to what would be the solution. I get a feeling that I know the answer, but I'm not sure. So, but what would be, what is the greatest problem in the Nigerian space, and what would be your solution for it? That was the question.
Okay. Thank you very much, for fathers, aka what's the other aka? Niger, to Niger. There we go, to Niger. I'm going to touch on some of your comments that you made earlier, and then I'm going to answer your question. Okay. So to Niger, I hear what I'm hearing as you are talking about population explosion, implosion, is for you, for your mind. I know you now, not be today. Now, me women just day house, me they just they born children for you. Now you don't be told you want to marry 50 children. I know my brother, 50 wives. I don't know which number you did now, but it's okay. So your own idea is that women should be, they belong to the other room. You and Buhari are in the same headspace when it comes to that, and that it doesn't make any difference whether women play politics or not. It's not irrelevant. Okay, let me tell you, your mama for house, now because of your mama, now make the house they run. Without your mama, that house not go run. Okay, so women naturally have natural managerial abilities that men do not have. Take it to the bank, yes. And you did make reference to the fact that, okay, historically, you're thinking that it's the Oyibo people that actually brought about women being engaged in activities, but that's not true. Before the colonialists came, women had positions in the African society. They did. Women fought wars in African society. In some cultures, the men did not work. It was the women who worked, who went to the farm, came back. All the men did was sit under the mango tree and drink palm wine and drive flies from the distance. They were content being that way. Even to this day, there's some cultures where it now became a thing where, they now started complaining at the women because now, industrialization, people going to school, getting jobs, but some men were still in that same wavelength. Okay, it took some juggling for them to get out of that circle. So now, for you to talk, say, Oyibo not do that. Oyibo can't give you macho man. That's what Oyibo man came to give you. You reckon back in the day, you see this polygamy when when you desire. So now make can work that time. You know why? Because women get work, they get roles, and it wasn't sexual. Women had roles that they played in that time. They didn't have time to be doing bedroom gymnastics with you because they had work to do. So they will just marry one small girl, give you. They'll say, you get one girl when I say I like her, I will marry her for my husband. That you know that women used to marry women, marry other women for their husbands. They go call them their wives. That's what they used to refer to them as. Okay, that's why polygamy was interesting to those people back in the day, and they did not spend their time in the bedroom. They were using it to work and build the family. That's why you had massive families then, and they used to have huge compounds. Okay, now women, there's a thing called representation. It matters. Let me tell you, with the men that have been running the politics in Nigeria, the needs of women have not been met. There are no hospitals in Nigeria. Women want to give birth. Do you know how many women died during childbirth in Nigeria? Go check it out. It's getting worse now. There are no decent hospitals. Nobody is concerned about maternity cases anymore in Nigeria. Women, if you go one leg in, one leg out, well, let's hope you make it. That's how it has become now. We don't have doctors anymore. If women were given those opportunities to make laws, those kinds of things will not be happening. If the ones that have sense, so not the ones that will go and bring their girlfriends and mistresses from somewhere and give them position. No, we're talking about people who are capable of doing these things. We will not have those issues. Men don't understand women issues. How many laws do you want to make? Well, how come? Okay, now men don't they run the show for Nigeria? How come the society has not improved? Why are we going backwards? Why are we going backwards? Do you understand what it is that you don't understand what balance means? Why do you think the world is balanced? The world needs female and male energy for balancing. So when you deprive a society of the right type of laws for balancing, you skew the system. That's why Nigeria is falling down fast, because there's no balance. Women's role cannot be understated. If you ignore the women, that is the demise of your society. If you do not involve the women in building your society is running into doom. That's what we are seeing in Nigeria. A lot of issues that are coming up. Children are being sold at the borders. I don't see no men running up there and saying, no, this can't happen. I don't see it. Children are being sold at an alarming rate. I do not see the men rallying and say, no, we have to go and secure the border and prevent. The borders are porous. Who is in charge? The men. Men are escorting their women to go and do house girl in Libya, in all those in Saudi Arabian countries where they detest black people. Who they escort them go there? The husbands. Who they sell them in some cases, the women not go know. They go don't exchange money. When they reach border, the man go collect the woman. The woman go cry, come out. Are you? That is wait, now I'm finish. Oh no. I listen to you quietly. I not talk him. I need to talk with you in my mind, because you know, say me and you, I know you, you know, we know each other for this battlefield. We know. So now men. So see everywhere they leak. Everywhere money they leak from every corner. Your president just collect how many billions again? No hospital, no good schools, nothing. Dilapidated schools. They share money amongst themselves. No good roads. One of the bridges in Lagos, they shake. It is shaking. If anything happen now, if too many cars run that bridge now, if it collapse any moment now, who they in charge? The men. Every corner of Nigeria that requires lawmaking, requires systems that work. Now men they in charge. To put the women aside and just say, oh, the women can suggest, they can Now you good for suggestion, because see, everything when you talk now, as you suggest, not say I the right and that. Okay, so that I can make the laws that will work for you. It is the woman that will consider the needs of the man, because women are married to men. They understand. A woman will literally lay down her life for a man. Are you? I mean, come on now. I'm not. Hey, I'm preaching to the choir right here. For those people who are married to great women, they know what I'm talking about. So please, to Nigeria, I know, so you know change. I know since I don't hear you now. The same this thing
I'm born again.
women this one.
I don't have
Wait,
any
you
issues.
not prove to me now. Say you did born again. We told you talk initially. You not prove to me. But guess what? It's okay. We can work with you. We will make it possible. We will come and train you. That's what we will do. We women will mobilize. We will come and train you to Nigeria to make you understand. I'm not whatever. There are women who are okay with polygamy. There's not carry go, have a party. Okay, there are women who accept it, right? But not every woman. And in the same vein, as a man, you have to recognize the strengths of women. You have to recognize the strengths of women around you. Some women are better leaders. Take it to the bank. There ain't nothing you can do about that. If you see that, encourage her. If you want the good things of life, let her do it, and you'll be enjoying jollophing. Today you are in this thing, tomorrow you are in another place. To all on your wife, this thing you'll be saying, "My wife, thank you." You understand? So I am saying all of this because we really, really, as a society, need to know what is at stake here. Nigeria was given to our forefathers. It's a blessed land. You can put anything on the soil, in the ground, it's growing. I recently started a palm oil business in Nigeria. My goodness. I don't say palm oil, they sell like this. So I for not job. I say here, now so palm kernel farm they be. I don't know, they're not quit tell me. You understand? So my point is this. Please, let's not put anybody down here. Everybody has leadership skills within them, in whatever capacity. Let's tap into everybody's potential and resources, because we have a country to build. That country is in the Atlantic Ocean right now, at the bottom. You know, so, and for you ask me, what do I think the Nigeria can do to make Nigeria? I don't talk and for let's go there, let's announce ourselves and say we get what we want, or everybody go down, or we come together, real mobilization, and find ways that we can put things in place to ensure we get the vote that we need. There's no time. If you blink now, it's 2027. So we need to know what we're doing. We need to organize. We need to mobilize. We got to be doing stuff. As we're talking, we got to be doing stuff also behind the scenes to make things happen. We are the answer to Nigeria's problem. I know some people have given up on Nigeria and say nothing good can come out of that country. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Those of us that see something good in the country, we must hold on to it like Aradites and make it work. Once you start working, guess what? Those people that are standing on the line and say nothing good can come out of it, they'll say, wow, that's what's going to be happening. So now that one I get to say, in case I know you get question when you ask when I no answer, you remind me.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Just point me in the right direction about this diaspora voting. You see, I will take others. I don't mind taking others for women. So I think I'm being misunderstood here by saying that I'm trying to discriminate against women in public office. I don't have any issues with that. I never had any issues with Akpoti or any of the women in politics. I'm just saying that before you start reshaping society, you should ask yourself to what end, and whether that is the only way for women to participate and contribute to this society. Is it only through politics in the way we know it? Because you can't say, okay, because you want to make men representative, you pull the men out of the military and put them in teaching because they have to go and push the women.
No, you're talking about something different. No, that's not. We are talking about the DIE type situation that's going on in America, where in some instances, they're pulling. No. That's not what. totally not what we're talking about here. It is women that are capable. You think I want people who are not capable to be representing me? Hell no. I'd rather go for a man.
But from your point
That
of view, you are coming across as if you have made a blanket statement about men, that men are incapable. Men found nations. Men are the ones that create the
hello.
structure we have
When I
today. So
said, you
not
probably
fair.
missed when I said, I know you probably missed it when I said not all men. I said it maybe twice or three times in my conversations to Nigeria. You probably missed it. You probably need to go rewind and watch and catch that. Okay, I did say that some men, I'm not saying all men. When I say men, I'm just, we understand what we're talking about. Dr. Damages is here. He's doing the best that he can do. I can't throw him into that whole group of people. There's so many of you here that are doing wonderful work. I can't throw. I'm saying those who are capable should be put in front. If a woman is capable, don't silence her.
I support that
Don't
100%.
silence her because she's a woman. Because what tends to happen in Nigeria, even though the woman is capable, they go silence her. In the case of Natasha now, the woman, I like her strong head and her stubbornness. Now we need for Nigeria. We need somebody. Okay, this Ajakuta still something that she's trying to pass now. Do you know how many jobs that will create for people? Why are they sitting? Why are they not signing it? The jobs it will create for people. She's championing great things that we want to see. So for me, I am about making sure we champion the type of women that we need to see in the Senate. If they're not there, they don't need to be there. Because what we see in the Senate now is a lot of women who don't do jack. All they do is go there, collect money, go home, collect money, go home. Nobody is pushing any policy or bill. Do you see any bill that's been pushed from all the Senate? No. So,
Apart from
sorry.
changing our
Somebody,
anthem to the British one, so they did do that one very quickly. So
exactly.
I appreciate you. I think we are on common ground, just that we are using different language to describe our stuff, because I support everything. No woman should be blocked from running for office if they want to run for office. But I just feel like sometimes your description comes across as if you are trying to say that women have been oppressed in Nigeria. Men have been oppressed too. Societies are shaped like that. And
Okay, you're not right to Nigeria. Women are being oppressed, whether you like it or not. Women are being especially
we
oppressed
are
in
all being
Nigeria.
oppressed.
Take that to the bank. No. In generality, we're suffering, right? In generality, in Nigeria, everybody is taking a hit. We're all suffering, no doubt about that. But women are especially taking the hit in marriage, in the workplace, everywhere they go, they are taking the hit. So that one, we don't have to agree on every detail, but you get my drift. I get your
I
drift.
get it.
That's
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
yeah,
I would
sure.
like to
Thank you.
hold on. I am forefathers. I know if I said it, it may mean that you talk more, but I wanted to zero in on something you were trying to say. I want to get it clear, understand what you're trying to put out. Are you saying that because I've heard other people say it, that because women are in the military, you alluded to something like that. Now that the military in the West, that they are weak because of that. Is that what you are saying, or something else?
No, I was trying to draw a correlation between that. I was trying to disconnect whether women participation in politics or in some aspects of society is the reason why nations do well. It doesn't correlate, because some nations don't have it and they are racing ahead, like China. They don't have it, but yet they are still going wherever they are going. Different countries go different paths. The UK, when they conquered the world, they didn't have that. So that's what I'm trying to disconnect, not necessarily tied to the military. The one I mentioned about the military was that I was trying to say that women can contribute to society without necessarily being only in politics. Because if you want to say, oh, they have to be here, then you can still say, okay, men too have to be represented in teaching, in nursing. So pull them from the military and put them in nursing. That's going to mangle the society, and that society is going to pay a price for it. And that is what I'm trying to say. We shouldn't just realign what has been constructed by nature that is very, very efficient by nature itself, because we just want to pander to the quota system, because there are ways different genders contribute to society.
All right.
That's all I was trying to say.
All right. Thank you. I want to bring back, I know that Prince
Dr. Damages, give me 1 second. This battery has run down. I need to
Okay.
switch devices and I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay. All right, no problem. I want to bring up Tony. Tony, you received, some people talked about your contribution. I wanted to know if you have something to add. Maybe people misunderstood you.
No, this is not a gender issue. I mean, the way the discussion is going is like, it's all discrimination against women and so on and so forth. Someone once said that political power is not given a la carte. You have to steal it, run with it, and so on. Nobody's going to sit down and just say take power. So one of the ways a couple of ways you can get power: you negotiate, you distinguish yourself, and then that will give you visibility and so on and so forth. You have to pursue a policy of inclusiveness. Show yourself, your skills, and your ability to perform. And people see that, people will recognize it, and you build up from there. So this whole thing about women, we hate women, it's not about hating women. I talked about Akpoti yesterday, and I just deliberately didn't want to talk about her again but there's a point that was made, and I think it was is it Okija or so that made that point. It was someone made the point, and I wasn't talking about relationships between that we see there, what happened between this person or that person. I was talking about order in the hallowed chambers, because what we saw was totally an eyesore. It was totally something, not that it doesn't happen elsewhere. You don't see bickerings, you don't see people, in fact, even people fighting and so on and so forth. No, but saying that, how can just a simple issue as take your right seat cause all this hullabaloo that you are seeing? I mean, it doesn't portray the country in a good light. So I'm saying that, first of all, if there's an order that is established in the hallowed chambers, and if the presiding authority, gives an instruction, which is in line with the general orders of the Senate of how things should be done procedurally, and then someone violates it, to say because I had issues with him, is just begging the issue. That's been my position. I'm not commenting on whether this man is good or that person is good. Fortunately, that thing is in court, and they will have to sort it out. Because we don't know. We're just women.
Tony, sorry. Don't you think that the reason why he went beyond the sitting thing, which has happened in the past, is because there are some other things behind this?
Yeah, my question is, why are they...
Other people, including Akpabio, had issues with sitting, but it didn't go beyond that. It was resolved. But this one went beyond that, which gave you an indication that there were other things behind this.
Yeah, two wrongs don't make a right. Because Akpabio did that when he was the senator in the 8th Republic, I guess.
It's not about justifying that. I'm saying,
yeah,
the reason why that went beyond the sitting issue, Akpabio's case was resolved without it leading to Akpabio accusing Sarakid of not giving him contract or whatever happened behind the other things. Don't you think that this is why this one went beyond that point that other cases went?
No, that's not. There have been issues between the two people, Akpabio and Natasha, some of which are personal. And so to bring that personal issue into an official business is wrong. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to know about it because, I mean, it happened a long time ago. Why is he saying it now? So my point is, listen.
It wasn't a long time ago. The final thing that she talked about wasn't a long time ago. That was when Akpabio, that was last year, I believe, or 2 years ago. So
yes, last year is a long time, December, and then there was the issue of you are looking into my wearing a transparent cloth and rubbing a pancake, and then the other issue about nightclub and no nightclub and so on and so forth. What I'm saying is, you see, as the days go on, we're going to be hearing so many other things because we don't know what is in this thing. already there are people who have come out to accuse Akpabio and so on. I'm not trying to say that Akpabio is a good man or morally this and that. That's not my business to go into that. Those are private affairs that the two persons, those who are involved, will sort out. Fortunately, it's in court. But I'm looking at what concerns me officially as a Nigerian. I'm looking at the Hello Chambers, and I am questioning whether the things that happened there, if you look at it, procedurally, whether you can find a justification in Akpabio's action or in Akpoti's action. So so to now begin to read gender issues into this and all that, for me is not acceptable. That's the point I'm making.
All right, thank you. Let's I know that Prince, I'll come to you, but I want to hear, I think CM had something to say, and then I'll come to Prince. Okay, CM.
Well, actually, Jonab, you delayed it. Jonaba left, so I wanted to react to his gigantic nonsense.
No,
He's gigantic. No. He let him be here. No, I won't say anything about it until the day we meet him again. I react to his gigantic nonsense. What I want to say, what I want to say is this regarding what was it? Regarding women and what they are capable of doing in our politics. You see, let me say this: if I'm the Senate president, issues like Ajokuta should be a national issue. I won't leave it to Natasha Akpoti. I won't leave it to her. Because Ajokuta is like a key Nigeria needs for industrialization. If I'm the Senate president, I will try and make sure that under my leadership, Ajokuta gets back to life. Because doing it, you are not favoring Okene where it is based on Kwara State or Kogi. This is for the whole country. We all need steel to kick off industrialization. That was the vision of NPN, Shagari, 1973-23. Ajokuta in Kogi State, Delta Steel in somewhere Alaja near Warri, Just Steel Rolling Mill, Kasina Steel Rolling Mill, Oshobo Steel Rolling Mill. If I'm these are the issue. I will take as my own personality and then I won't leave it to Natasha. So for Natasha to be crying that emotion concerning Ajokuta, Akpabio is putting it down. It's a terrible shame. That alone is enough for Akpabio to resign. To be honest with you, that one is alone is for him to resign. Because such an issue is not a case of my constituency need a good road or my constituency need this type of thing. No, this is purely what should have given Nigeria the march forward for our industrialization. So to that extent, there is nothing somebody is going to tell me in defense of Akpabio that I'm going to listen to. That guy has brought a problem to the Senate, so he should go. If he has any iota of respect left in him, he should have tendered his resignation, apologized to Nigerians, and go and take a seat. That is to say that his constituency did not recall him, so he becomes a floor member. Otherwise, he's just a waste of space. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Let me go to Prince. I see you, KJ. I'll bring you up next, but let's go to Prince. Prince, welcome to the show. We have Omoye here with us, and any question for her? Comments?
First and foremost, Dr. Damages, good afternoon, and Omoye, good afternoon. I know we just entered. This is our 1 o'clock, so we are same time. I'm kind of right here at Stanford. I'm here to watch a soccer game, but then when I was listening to the whole thing, it's kind of like I said, I won't stay behind why these things are still being talked about. Like I said yesterday, some men that were, some people, I think it was Tony, that was saying that if he is the husband of Natasha, and then that she didn't tell him and then whatever it is that that he will chase her out the house. Thank God there is a response from the man. Okay, the person we're talking about is a high chief in Warri and all that stuff, and the man solidly is behind the wife. He said the wife told him. Probably she didn't tell him at the exact day that it happened, and that he had, approached Akpabio in London and pleaded with him to leave the wife alone. But this man still will not leave the wife alone. So don't we see that this man is obsessed with that woman? And he's a Senate leader or Senate, and here they have Senate leader, there is president, the number 3 man. And that also brings to shame the wife, the Akpabio's wife. I don't know what she wants to make out of the lawsuit she's making. If my child is in her school, I will withdraw my child right now from that school, because those are the people that covers, all kinds of corruption. Yes, she's a school owner, from what I understand. And then not only did she do that, they now went and organized those 5,000 women that is just, oh my God, they are just a shame to watch. Their husbands should be ashamed of themselves. My own thing is this: when I talk about women, I am solidly behind women. Sexual harassment is a no-no. And some people think it's only when you touch a woman, that's when you... No, it's not that. I've told you guys yesterday that when you look at a woman lustfully, you've already finished everything. And she have a right to sue you if you want to. So the thing is this, Omoye, thank you so much. I totally agree with you with all you said. The only thing...
Sorry. What is this you said about just looking at women lustfully? What is that not a little bit out of this world? What is nightclub for? What is birthday men for?
I hope you're not coming for me, because in my case and your case,
Why are you saying that you don't look at people anymore?
You don't know you an enigma. Okay, check it out. I know what enigma is. You're an enigma.
You are saying that just looking at people is a problem. Come on, man.
No, I said it's not only when you touch a woman that you harass her. You could look at a woman lustfully.
What? How is that a harassment? That's
okay.
Going too far. That's going too far.
Where are you in London? Are you in what is that place from Naramali? Is that where you come?
So are you saying
is that where Naramali? Hold on, let me ask you. Is that where is it what they call that place?
Birthday party, this is that they look at men with tongues and all the rest. That is sexual harassment now.
I don't know where you work at. In my office, there's a way you look. There's a way you look at a lady, and if she reports you to HR, you go down for it. Period. You respect them. You don't go. Okay, you look at a woman, probably you licking your lips. Then what is that? No, you have a chewing gum or sweet in your mouth.
It's a different thing. But looking at somebody is not a crime.
Oh Lord Jesus Christ! I just told you. Can you stop buying into my time, please? Can I finish my thing before you finish my time, please? So, like I said, the only thing I don't agree with going to Nigeria to protest, because I cannot go with some people here. Some people here, I'm saying it. I cannot go with some people here, especially those ones who supported this buffoon we have over here. It has shown me that, probably we're from different worlds that I don't understand. In as much as I don't like what is going on in Nigeria, but The same people are the same people supporting the buffoon that we have over here. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Akwachi. Who did I say wanted to say something? Omoye, do you want to respond to anything?
No, he didn't have any question. I
Okay.
think he just, reiterated some,
All right. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Madam
it.
Omoye, what do you think about looking at people? Yeah, what do you think about it? You didn't say anything.
That's not what I'm here to. That's not what I'm here to talk about. Are we about to change the topic? Is that what? Is that what?
No. I was just curious what you thought about what Prince said.
All right.
Well, that's to each their own. I can't even speak to that. I don't have any opinion on that.
All right. Thank you. So let's see. I will let a few more people to talk, and then we'll round it up. We've done 3 hours and a half. KJ, you wanted to say something? KJ, you're muted. Are you with us, or are you in a different conversation, KJ? All right. KJ cannot hear us. Who else? I saw a hand. Chim, I think you wanted to say something before. Chim, no?
No, I'm here as a spectator right now.
All right. Michael, go ahead.
I see. Oh, Chim, today you're here as a spectator and a peacemaker. I like that. I like that attitude you took today, Chim, because you always give ghosts. You know that you don't take water. You give
my pastor did a good job this afternoon, so I'm.
Oh yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, Omoye, I just want to reiterate what you said, and I just want to appreciate you coming on to this platform to express your view about the unbalanced situation in our society. Because when you look at the old situation, I mean, as a man, I think women, if we allow our women to be in a prominent position, women with quality, not the women that will be following what the man said, because you have some women that will always follow what the man says, but women with the quality, women who has the ability to rule. We have a woman like Margaret Thatcher. We have a woman who has phenomenal character and everything. But the thing is that I want to ask you, do you think Nigerian men in general, I mean, you've seen it, of what is going on the platform, are we ready to accept a woman who can speak and put her head and shoulder forward to accept her? Because this is what I'm saying. Because every time a woman stands up for herself, like you always say, it's for us to suppress and demean her to be some other. And when a man do it, oh, he's champion, he's a hero, he's speaking his mind. But when a woman speaks her mind, we consider that to be some other. So what do you think about that? You can see what is going on today on this platform about our main destiny.
Right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Michael. Thank you so much. So for me, right, I think that women have to just take the bull by the horns and speak regardless. The men will have to get used to it, right? I have had instances where I've heard men tell me, you're too opinionated, you're too much. I've heard all manner of things when I have the opportunity to talk and I'm in a gathering or I find myself in any type of occasion. I don't care. I speak my mind regardless, unapologetically. So you either accept it or you don't. Those that want to, be with women who don't talk, people have their options, right? But I don't think any woman should hide herself. I don't think any woman should go to the corner because men will think a certain way. No. Say what you have to say. Of course, respectfully. I'm not saying you just say it and, we have to be respectful to each other, right? But this is not, especially where we are in Nigeria, I don't think Nigerian women have the luxury, for those of us that are coming out to speak, have the luxury of saying, oh, let me go and hide in one corner. You don't, there's no luxury for that because the country is going. So if as women, you're hiding yourself, nothing is going to get done, right? We're trying to clean up the mess that was created by these men. How do we do it without, bullying our way through? Get a chair, they not make room for you. Carry your joko, come, make space, sit down for there. They talk, eyeball to eyeball. Simple, right? So I think that women need to become more and more vocal and not back down, because what we're dealing with is a mess. That's what I think. That's what I say. This is my opinion.
So, Rudolf, can you just add something to what she said now, if you don't mind?
I wanted to just make an announcement before I bring you up.
Go ahead.
On 90 Minutes Africa next week, we're going to have it might be two guests. One is Philip Effiong, the son of General Effiong. We're going to have a conversation on the fallout from the book of Babangida, what happened during that war and after the war. So he will join us. Also, veteran journalist Azubike Ishekwene, from Leadership Newspaper. He was at the Punch for many years. So he will join us. He was a journalist. He's still a journalist. He was there during the era of the military. So he will be able to weigh in on some of the things that came out of that book. We have other interesting people we are trying to get on this show, so we'll be announcing them as soon as we nail down the time. All right. Before you speak, sorry, Chim, I saw somebody who is here. Benson, he hasn't said anything. Just after Benson, then you round up, Chim. Benson, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, thank you for giving this opportunity. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Last time I spoke, I didn't comment about your sickness. The time you are not sick. Honestly, I was actually praying for you to get better, You are somebody I've admired for a long time. I follow your programs,
Thank you.
So I'm happy that God did his work on you. So for Moyo, I've not yet, I used to hear your name, but I've not been following you. So for what I want to say now is this. For women, what Natasha is doing, I like what she's doing. How she stand up to say what she said about what this man is trying to do to her. I'm a man. Every man here knows that what the lady is saying is truth. That's the truth. Why the men look for power, look for all these millions and billions they're looking for. It's not that the billions they're looking for is not for their family, cannot be able to, but it's because they want to sleep with other people's wives and the young ladies. That's why they're going far to look for these billions and billions and billions they're looking for. But I have a concern. Women these days are losing it. Women these days are losing it. In the sense that when we have women, we are women. Okay, let me give you an example of Tinubu's wife. When Tinubu's wife was in the Senate, there was a time Smart Adayemi stood up in the Senate and said to Senate members, why are the Fulani herdsmen killing people and nobody's talking? God is not doing anything. It was Tinubu's wife that smacked him. Please, don't you know that this is a APC government? Tinubu's wife is a woman. So today, all the governors that are doing, all the shenanigans that governors are doing, all the hot nonsense that the Supreme Court are doing, why are women not rising up and protest? That's the problem. Women in other class, they protest. If maybe 500,000 women came out today, or 1 million women came out today, nothing will happen to them. Nobody will shoot them. But women are not doing that. Instead, they're supporting their husband in this shenanigan the husband are doing. Women are selling keys today. Do not nonsense they're doing in Nigeria. Why are women not protesting? The women want to be a head of a Senate or head of the government. But when women were women, there's the time they have about women's riot. When even many years ago, anything happening bad, the women will come out, even their villages, in everywhere and protest. But why these current women now we have are not protesting? Instead, they're looking for big husband who can buy them heads of 1 billion, 2 billion, going naked in the streets. That's my problem. So if women want to see women change nations, why Nigerian women not be that example to change Nigeria? They're not doing that. Now I go back now. What this Natasha we're talking about? I was listening to Arise News today, Arise Listen today. I was talking about that lawyer was talking about how did Natasha came into the Senate within 6 or 7 months. She's heading 2 committees. Another women are not heading it because him and that man have something. And like what Tony said, honestly, within a short time, many things will be coming out from this their shenanigans are doing. And the man even talk about the issue of this is a bit of distraction because there is a budget that passed. Nobody is even talking about that budget. How these people are killing Nigeria. Nobody's talking about that. They're only talking about rape. In Nigeria, even in the whole world today, everybody knows that men are, because of the women, the way the women are behaving, men are going after them. Men are going after them. So that's the truth of the whole thing. That's supposed not to be one of the big story of Nigeria. The big story of Nigeria is how can women stand up and protest against what what the shenanigans happened in Nigeria, mostly the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, that if the woman has protested when Akpabio was the judgment that these people, what the people, Supreme Court gave for Akpabio, Malami, I think a former Senate president, that made him to come back to the Senate.
Lawan.
Lawan, yeah. Even Odus Okalo was left out by Supreme Court. If the women protest on these things and say the Senate they don't want this Supreme Court, or those Supreme Court people should come down, because anything before Nigeria can be good, if the Supreme Court, that Supreme Court are not dissolved or burned down, and there's another Supreme Court, nothing that can happen. Even the whole world vote for Nigeria, all the whole thing.
Let's stop. We are not burning down anything. We don't support violence on this platform. I just have to say that. I heard you say burn down anything. We're not burning down anything.
Burning down is a way to stop that Supreme Court. Okay, yeah. Look at now. This what happened in what the Supreme Court do yesterday in River State. The River State women are not protesting. But who is the one going to suffer it? They and their children are going to suffer it.
All right.
Understand? So my decision is this. The women, like I said earlier, what Natasha is doing is right. But Akpabio and all the rest, they know that it's difficult to convict somebody on the issue of this sexual harassment. It's very, very difficult. That law is not there. In Nigeria, even the law is there. The police of Nigeria, all the justice, the force systems in Nigeria are all corrupt. The country is already corrupt.
All right.
So that's my comment on this. Thank you. Thank you, the damages.
Okay. Omoye, do you have any?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Benson, for your commentary there. Appreciate it. Thank you. So what I want to say is, as you were talking, what I'm hearing is like the women are taking the fault for most of these things that are happening in Nigeria. I don't know if you know, a lot of women have come out to protest from the north. I think Adamawa women came out at some point. There were women even in Edo State came out at some point. There were women in different parts of the country that came out to protest one thing or the other. Matter of fact, there were some women from the north that came out, they stripped themselves naked. The humiliation those women experienced. Now, the question is, why are the men taking a back seat? When the women are coming out in their own way to protest, where are the men? The men are the ones creating the problems that we are having to deal with right now. Why are the ones that have the voice, why are they not coming out behind those women to protest? Why are they not protecting those women? In fact, the protest that happened in Abuja, I think it was End Bad Governance protest, I think it was End. A lot of women led those protests. Some even sat at the the entrance, the roads you take to get to Aso Rock. So women sat there. Guess what? Your military people were beating women like they were men. Where were the men to protect those women while they were protesting? So when you say women have not been protesting, they have. The question is, where are the men? Where were they? Because the problem that has been created by the men. Yeah. Most of the problem we see in Nigeria today have been created by the men. So where are the men when the women come out to protest? When those women came out and stripped themselves naked and were protesting, where were the men to protect them? Do you know that some of these women died in the process? Some of them were injured in the process.
Sorry,
So
sorry, my sister.
Wait,
You
sir,
see,
sir, please.
sorry, my sister. Wait,
Sir,
let me tell you something. Just a minute.
Please, sir.
The woman that I respect in Nigeria today is this woman, that lady Oruche. I don't know whether I know her, Oruche. That lady, I respect her so much.
Okay, so there are so many women like Oruche who've been protesting. You probably don't know their names, but they have come out. I myself came out. I was the only one in my own space. I came out and I protested. Where were the men? Where were the men? Did you see any men in my videos? Dr. Damages, you must have seen it. Did you see any men? No. So as we're talking about the women, we need to be calling the men out. Now, men create the mess when we get for Nigeria today. The men who are in the, you are saying that women, you know, is about heading. It's not about heading. Women have a right to aspire to whatever level they want to aspire to. The men that are taking the power by fire, by force, are not doing anything with it. Why is nobody talking about that? Why are the men not coming out and saying, you people are not representing us well? You men that are in the Senate, you men that are in the House of Rep, you are not representing us. You are making us look like weak people. No, we are taking over this thing so that we can turn it around. I didn't see any men. I don't see any men standing up when Natasha was going through what she was going through in the house and shouting that her voice was being gagged. I didn't see any men stand up. I did not see. We've had Senate going on for how long? No men. I didn't see any men stand up to Akpabio and say, no, you cannot silence her like that. She has every right. I didn't see any men outside. I didn't see any men inside. 109 senators, only 4 women. So when we come here and we're trying to castigate women, we need to be careful because every other finger is pointing right back at us. Women are already going through so much in Nigeria. Nobody is talking about that. They don't even have hospitals to birth your children. No man is standing up and saying enough is enough. We need to allocate funds for decent hospitals for our wives. Nobody's saying that. So anyway, that's all I want to say about that. While we're pointing out the women, not be they born, not only one woman now go born a certain number of children. Many women born. Where are the men when they born? Not be women born the men. Where they be? Why they not they protest? That's all I say. I have to say. I yield.
All right, thank you, Omoye. Chim, you have the final word. Then we round up. We go to feedback later on after a break.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I don't want us to turn this into a gender war. I know that's not the original intention. But I just wanted to remind us that if people are saying we haven't had women lead in Nigerian politics and be involved actively, not just following, but involved in the forefront of the struggle for Nigeria's progress, that would be wrong. So we've had people like Olufimlayo or Ransom Kuti. We've had people like Mrs. Margaret Ekpo, who, to the glory of God, I was blessed to have grown up under and all that. So these people were really involved in the first Republic politics. And we've also had Sarah Jubril, who also made her own efforts. But in modern times, it has not been, there hasn't been a proper, I won't say, like Omoye earlier mentioned, a proper handover. But that's a different issue altogether. The only thing I just want to say is Omoye, look at the panel today. Look at this panel. Rudolf, are you a sexist? Are you a chauvinist? Did you put up today's event and you say women don't come onto the platform? Did you say so? You didn't. I've been screaming it every time I come here because I see most of the girls and ladies, they're on the type away section. abusing people, greeting everybody on earth. But they won't come here and come and give you the support. So these are some of the things I say, and I'm going to get a lot of flanks for saying this already. But I have a thick skin. I don't really bother myself. Every time we come here to talk politics or to talk about Nigeria's system, it's only you. There used to be what's the other lady, but I think I don't know what happened. The lady in the UK, and then she went away. I have never come here and we have 50-50 men. Sorry, 50-50 women, and I see women struggling to get into the chat room. It's always men. What is the problem with the women? Why do they like the what I call popular section only, to go there and be hiding under pseudonyms and be typing away? So sorry, I just need to say so that you two can come out and give them. I take a jibe at them. Let them come to this section. Come here, come and talk. Are you like coming to the main show?
Tracy, they don't throw Tracy, now your name they call, so maybe start calling their names.
Omoye, I am throwing a jab and I'm intentional about
I just want to tell you that there were a lot of ladies that come and do a lot of positive on the platform. People like Black Beauty, Ngozika, there's this Ifi.
It's the men. It's the men all over here. Tomorrow,
it's just today.
Black Lotus, they are calling you Queen T.
They don't like to talk about this type of things. They like to go to Bodo Ibo woman. They talk about
okay.
Dr. Damages, I want to send money to you, but I don't know. Because if I press the dollar sign, it's not going through. I don't know what.
Where are you? What part of the world are you? I don't know where you are.
I'm with you here. You're asking me where I am. I'm in Maryland.
Oh, okay. Then use Zelle. There's a Zelle number there.
Okay. Because I press this dollar sign here, but it's not working. Okay, I use Zelle.
I don't know why it shouldn't work.
You will see when you see Bennett's consigns, then you know it's me.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Maska, go ahead.
Maybe it's fake dollar.
No, I don't want him to create problem for all of us, because I know that he is wrong. There are a lot of ladies that come and speak very ferociously. So I beg. And even on the comment section, Bibi is one of them.
a lot of men in that. In fact, men are more what do they call it? They are majority in the comment section you are referring to also. I beg, no great problem for us. So.
All right. Natu is in the studio. Let me see if I can find Natu in the studio.
Bring Natu. Madam Luke, Madam Luke, I see you. They are calling your name here. Come on.
I don't mind. Take me off. Bring them in. I want to see more women.
Bring them. Tracy, Quinty, Madam Luke. Let me.
Dr. Damages, put in the backstage. I want to use my Zelle. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I want to make put in the backstage. I want to make use of my Zelle. Okay.
All right. You know, I've not.
Yes, I know that.
I've never met Natu. Natu, welcome to the show. I don't think I've been moderating when you are here. So nice to see
Dr.
you.
Damages. Thank you so much, sir.
Nice to see you.
So Chief is the one that called me, so I have to show you. No, it was just the timing, because today is Sunday. I had to go to church and I had other stuff I was doing. So I was like in and out of listening. But I just want to commend you and say happy belated birthday. Thank you for everything you're doing for the community. Omoye, special greetings. You know, this issue, like I said on Omoye's channel, another show, this fight that Natasha is fighting is not just about the Senate. It's a fight for every woman. It's a fight for the future generation. It's also a fight for every individual in Nigeria. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't know why, like somebody just made a comment, I can't remember his name. He said that, how did she get there in 7 months and she's heading 2 or 3 committees, other women are not. And that's one of the things that pain me, because I hate when they make it look like a woman has to do something to be able to achieve something. Why can't a woman just achieve something because she's capable, because she has the skills, because this is her expertise, she's able to deliver. So that's one notion that I think you and I had this conversation yesterday, that want to erase, especially among women in Nigeria. Let every girl, every woman, or even every individual in Nigeria that has the capacity, that has the capability to achieve or do something, be able to do it without any restriction, or without knowing someone, or without having someone say, because you give me something or because you make me happy. What is making you happy look like, sir? All of us are here for the purpose of achieving something for the benefit of the citizens of Nigeria. But if you and somebody made a very yesterday, I was listening to your show, I was sleeping at the same time, but somebody made a vital comment. He said, aside all these fights that they are fighting, we are missing one of the key components of this fight, and the fight is because of Ajakuta State. This is not going to Natasha's pocket. It's not going to any senator's pocket. It is for the benefit of the people of Nigeria. But you, because you are Mr. SP, you say it will not go forward until you are being made happy. And if you don't make me happy, this one is going to go to the back pocket. Does that add up? This is somebody that you voted for. You put it, and I feel like we have to like educate our people the more because now I'm again had this conversation. I don't think people understand the power that they have putting these people in office. I do not think people understand that this vote, the power where we get, we can say Akpabio is not coming back, is not coming back. If you like, no Tinubu, if you like, let Tinubu decide for you. If you say you're not coming back, you're not coming back. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's really I don't know the right word to use, but I hope that with all this education coming up with shows like this, women will be able to do something without having to give up anything, especially their body or money or something just to achieve something. But let women be able to do something, achieve success, reach greater heights because they have the capacity, because they have the skills, you know. And Nigeria has made it look like that, but we said that in our own time, Nigeria will be great. And team, trust me, we are not just keyboard warriors. We are working. 2027, we will shock you, my brother. That Senate, this thing, who shift up. That's 1054. You go shock us. We are coming. I'm telling
There
you.
you go.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Natu, thank you so much.
All right. So maybe okay. Maybe you want to make.
Masca, you want to say something?
Yes, I didn't really want to comment on the topic, but it looks like maybe I should just say a couple of things. First, I think I don't know, good evening or it's good afternoon or good morning, but good whatever it is to all of us. Happy to see you guys once again. And I think I would salute the lady who I think is beside you. I think it's Miss Omoye. I don't know. I just see OC. So well done, ma.
Thank you.
My take actually it's I have seen that we Nigerians have this big capacity to miss essence of very critical stories. And I think this is also another classic example. When you hear people talk about this Natasha issue, it has now dovetailed into sexual harassment, a gender issue, and a lot of other what I call smaller issues besides the major point. When I look at it, the real issue for me is to start with what is the essence of the Senate in a political system. It's supposed to be a checkmate. It's supposed to be an arm that is supposed to rein in excesses. And I remembered very well during the time of Galina, I think that was when OBJ was the president, especially the House of Reps. They were very, very strong and vocal. They threatened to impeach OBJ. The whole, what do you call it? The whole executive was shaking. But what the system has done systematically is to muzzle out the Senate and the House of Reps. They have succeeded in muzzling it, and it's a hush-hush environment. It's almost like some sort of clique. It's almost like some sort of secret society, so to speak. For me, the real essence of this story is not about women or men. It's not about sexual harassment. It's not even about the sitting arrangement. The fact of the matter is that there are people who would want to speak in that Senate or House of Reps, but the system or the institution itself is a very oppressive institution. So I think that the essence of this story is somebody like this Natasha. It's somebody who wants to speak against the normal current of chop, I chop, and let's keep quiet. We've seen all these labor reps that have gone into this institution. They are quiet. Why? We should be asking ourselves. It's because of this muzzling nature. Somebody who you've moved her from her own initial seat, and you are saying she can't even speak about her seat. For God's sake, what can she then talk about? If you move me from my seat and I can't even say, okay, no, please, why did you move me? You didn't even inform me. And you're telling me that I can't speak until I move to where you. So, for instance, if I'm going to protest about the seat, and you're telling me I have to go and sit where you allocate me, where I don't want, where I don't like. If I go and sit, then what's the essence of my protest? And I have said it yesterday, I think during a forefathers segment, I believe that a true leader, the minimum requirement is for you to listen to anybody. That she is going to speak from that seat doesn't mean that you can't move her to another seat. It tells me that there's something deeper for you to say you can't even speak from that seat. Even me, I can't tell my children, if I say this, you're sitting this, I can't tell him, no, I have to go and sit in your seat before you talk to me. It's absurd that we are losing that essence. We're talking, I listened to her. This sexual harassment is an aftermath. It's not the issue for her. I stood up to protest or to talk. I invoke an order where if we invoke that, that means I have a problem. And you are not even allowing me to talk simply because you've reallocated my seat without even my knowledge. I think for me, this is almost like a Rosa Parks story. Look, I think we Nigerians should support a person who can even use the sitting arrangement as a protest. I should go and sit on the Senate president's seat and protest. Look, we are supporting NSAS, people who will go on the street. Why can't she just sit on her own seat and it's a crime? I find that absurd, and sometimes it's very hurting that a whole millions of people will just turn this story into just an issue of gender, an issue of sexual harassment. That's not what she said. It didn't happen today. I'm sure she must have gone over it. The issue is you can't continue to harass me. That's what the woman is saying. You can't continue to muzzle me. And if we all keep quiet, the few people in the Senate that would want to speak, we are just giving them the signal that I beg, please don't even speak, even you. For me, I think that's the essence. As a people, she should be able to talk. What is a sitting arrangement, for God's sake?
Thank you.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to what he said. Also concerning that, right? The issue that a lot of senators and members of the House of Reps are having is because they made it look like if you don't belong to APC, your chances of achieving anything in that house is very slim. Like in Kaduna right now, I think almost 50 to 60% of the House of Reps that were PDP before have become to APC. Why? Because they tell them for you to do something. So that's why we're trying to make you understand that this is not only sexual harassment issue. Because now they make it look like, okay, because she's a woman, that's the way we can get her. You that you are a man that we can't get you. The only way you can get Sha is for you to come back to our side and then you'll be able to do something. If not, you'll not be able. And this is what happens that a lot of these members of our senators, when they finish their tenure, they come back home and the members were their constituents will say, you went there, you were eating money and you didn't do anything. Meanwhile, it has started coming out now. Maybe we are seeing it. If you're not part of this side, you can't. When was the last time you heard a member of the House of Reps in America or a senator move from being a Democrat or a Republican because he wants to achieve something? Tell me the last time. Tell me the last time. It's not. So why do people have to give up that just because they want to? I was making a comment earlier in the comment section. I said, we need Aisha Yusufu in the Senate. Somebody said, I think his name is Triniton or something. He said that, oh, if she will make a very good senator, but she has to change her dressing. I said, what about her dressing? He says the way she dressed make it look like subjugation. I said, well, that's her choice. We're okay with that. Our own is for her to deliver. If she come with bomb shot now, you say this is not a party ground. She cover herself now, you say she has, what do you want her to do? To just come with skin? Do you understand what I'm saying? And someone made a comment earlier. I think the person on the left, I think it's Tony, if I remember his name. Let me see if I can see his name. Yeah, I think it's Tony. I'm half blind. He said something about sexual harassment that, okay, it happened a long time ago and she's bringing it down. Sir, I said in the comment section, I want to say something. But you see, home training and church where I go to, no one let me talk. But I want to say something. If you're a man and you have a wife and you have daughters. When you hear another woman complaining about something like this, if you want to talk, please put small comma inside, drink small water and chew ice, and ask yourself, make I talk and make I not. It makes sense, I mean, no make sense. And let me tell you why. Because there are a lot of girls, especially in Nigeria. I'm telling you, I don't have statistics, but I can tell you out of my head. In Nigeria that I come from, I left Nigeria when I was 27. Almost, I think one or I'll say two in every three women will tell you that in their workplace or somewhere that has to do with something or service that they deliver, they've been through that. So if your daughter comes to tell you that, oh, you know this uncle that used to come to our house, daddy, when I was 10 years old, he taught me the wrong way. Are you going to tell your daughter that? Why did you tell me since? Are you going to tell her that or you're going to take action? I'm just asking a question, sir. Because listen, we in Nigeria, especially one pastor preached one time and say an average person in Nigeria needs to go through therapy. We have been through a lot have been passed down to us. We want to stop from passing it on to our own children. And that's the reason why we're doing what we're doing. So I think that you need to withdraw that statement, and with all due respect, because I don't think you were being fair to Natasha. If at the time it happened, she didn't feel like the place is convenient for her enough to open up and talk. Now that she has the space, now that she has had it up to here, she say, I mean, listen, this food that they give me, are they allergic to this? I go throw up, I go throw up, I go throw up, I go throw up. If na no letter that she say chop, 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 she throw up. She don't tell her before say she go throw up, and I know hear her, she don't throw up. So you can't tell her that, oh, why did you throw up since? Or you call work now and say, oh, I can't come in, my child is sick. And then your supervisor tell you, oh, why did you tell me yesterday I can't come in today? My child just tells me, what am I supposed to do, sir? So people go
Doctor,
through stuff. Sometimes
Uh, sorry,
not all people have the leverage.
let me.
Dr. Damages, can I react to that? Because she
No,
mentioned my
not
name
yet,
specifically.
not
Yeah,
yet.
one second. Let me land.
Let her finish.
Let me land. Also, so what I'm just trying to say is that sometimes if you want to say something, I want to make some comments, let's apply some empathy, because not everybody knows how to talk. Some people might wait for the right time to talk. Some people out of fear, they do not want to say anything. Some people will just be like, let me get myself together before I talk. Some people might say, you know what, I'm not going to talk about this here, I'll let it pass. I know something that happened to me between me and a male, someone that's close to our family. I've never spoken to my mom about it. This thing happened like almost 25 to 30 years ago. You think if I come and tell my mother today, she will say, why did you tell me since? No, that will not be her first problem. Her first problem is, how do I address this? I need to go and get this person. So please, if you want to make comments on issues like this, let's apply empathy. For a woman like Natasha to come out and talk about this, it took a lot for her. There is no woman, I'm telling you this with my full chest, that want to go through something like this and come on Nation TV and talk about it. No, sir. It is not pleasant. It is not pleasant. And a married woman for that matter, you have a man, you have a husband. You know when you're about to go through that scrutiny?
All right,
I
thank
yield.
you. Thank you.
Dr. Damage,
Doctor,
before
can I react? Dr. Damages, I have to react. I have to react, please.
Not yet. Let me bring in Luke, Madam Luke. Then after her, you can react. I'll come to you first, Tony. I think you are the next person. But let me bring Madam Luke, because we've been saying we don't let them talk. They are here, and we have to let them talk. All right, Madam Luke, over to you.
All right, let me position myself very, very well. Hello, Madam Omoye. How are you? You too much. Thank you for coming today. Oh, I was sleeping, so I'm like, I started hearing this noise. I said, oh, let me jump on. Where are the women? Where are the women? Where are the women? We come, oh, but you see, our gender, sometimes they hide. I don't know why they don't come on. Not everybody's comfortable being on camera, and I understand that. Even when we have the session where there's no camera, they don't come. I don't know why, but as for me, I will play my part. My dear panelists, I greet you all. Commentators, viewers, I greet you all. Happy to be here. Of course, you know we are day laborer, weekend laborers, so I only have like 1 hour to stay, so I have to go to work. So I'm still on the Natasha issue. You know, yesterday we had this discussion, and somebody, I'm not going to mention his name, the way he portrayed Natasha was very offensive to me. He made it look like Natasha was a call girl, and she has already had something to do with Akpabio before, and that now that she's married, Akpabio will not let go, and Akpabio wants to continue collecting the cookies. And I'm like, you have already labeled her a call girl. Most Nigerian men, and I'm going to say most, and I'm talking about 95.9% whatever percent, they do not identify with the plight of a Nigerian woman in Nigeria. They do not. And most of the problems Nigerian women I face in Nigeria are because of men. And then they use the female gender against women. Look at what is happening in whatever now, whether it's Uyo or his village. A bunch of women have been paid to come out. They don't even sit down and say, you know what, this is a woman like myself. If we don't fight for her, who is going to fight for us? Everything is monetarized. Everything is cash and carry. Look at his wife. She cannot even say, you know what, this is wrong. She's asking, why did Natasha not come to her? Or why did the husband not come to her? So they can sort it out. And business as usual, they can cover everything. Unfortunately, Natasha is too smart for that. She has been in this game for too long. And as people have started counting on her marriages, that is why she couldn't stay in a marriage. You don't understand what a woman has to go through in Nigeria to survive. I even said it here. One of the things that made me to leave Nigeria was sexual harassment. I almost failed in school because of sexual harassment. One lecturer wanted to, have his way. And because of that, I have to involve my parents. I like to involve the school. And for that reason, I had to retake that class because I couldn't concentrate. There was nothing I could do that would make me pass that class. And I still did not pass that class. I think I made a D or so. So they just gave me let my people go because I was already so traumatized that I just could not concentrate. So, and right now in Nigeria, I have female relatives who are working. They don't get paid unless they sleep with the cashier or whatever. So people do not understand what women have to go through. And they wonder why women are selling themselves. They wonder because the men made us so. The men made us commodities. That is why, instead of us to empower the women, they will make sure you are way down there. If it's not out of tradition, it's out of religion. The two main things that are keeping Nigerian women down in Nigeria: tradition and religion. That is why I can never marry a traditionalist. If you are in any religion, I will not even look in your direction. Because those things are the things that put something in your mind, and then they make you start acting like fools. You forget yourself. Obey your man. Submit here. Submit there. Can you imagine Akpabio's wife telling her if the husband had control? Hey, God. And let me ask this question. When Natasha went to the Senate as a single person, you see that she did not get any headway. She did not get any headway. Oh, look at her, call girl. This one, she's not in any man's house. The fact that your relationship doesn't work out, is it a crime now? Is it a crime? If you marry 5 or 6 times, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. If you cannot take it, you leave. No need staying in an abusive marriage or an abusive relationship. So why is it that they checking her marital record and now she's married, enjoying the one she's married is a problem? They're bringing up her past. But when they see Nedwoko now, nobody is talking about Nedwoko. It's all Regina. So you see, our people, I want to say we are cursed. And we have men who didn't have good role models from their fathers and all the men around their lives. You will not see this kind of thing happening in Burkina Faso. Then you can tell that man was raised by a woman, a real woman. Not all these ones that they pay 5,000 naira to go and stand on the road. Those are the kind of women that get back to our Nigerian men. Those are the kind of women that get back to our Nigerian men. So you see, is there any hope? Every revolution starts from somewhere. And it takes a woman like Natasha to beat her chest and say, you know what? When her husband asked her, she told her, tomorrow is my birthday. Please wrap your hand around me and let us continue the show. Tomorrow we'll deal with all that. And they're telling her that, why was she? Why was her husband? Why the man was taking her? You don't know Nigerian men. They will even want to humiliate you in front of your husband to tell you that they have your husband in their pocket. So the woman used diplomacy and just said, you know what? I will handle this my own way. This woman is an old timer in the game, okay? And people are saying her husband. Why did she tell her husband? Like I said in the other show, when you are married, there are some things you keep to yourself. There's some things your husband should keep to himself. And there's some things that you people should share. That's my hybrid of a relationship. When it's time to share those things, then I will share it. My question to you all, do you not think that Mr. Uduaghan knew that Akpabio was making advances to his wife? He knew. That's why he asked her, what did Senate President tell you? He knew. So people are saying that you don't let her husband know. There's nothing that happens in Nigerian marriages that, especially when you get to that level, that they don't know. Because most of them are pimps. Most of them will even pimp their wives. Most of them will even sell their daughters, sell their children to go where they are going. I'm happy the Uduaghan man has not come out. Because tomorrow they will say, oh, he's eating money with Akpabio. That is why he doesn't want to come out. The only person we have not heard from is Akpabio. Is that not interesting? The only person we have not heard from, if it was me, the first thing I would do is come online and say, hey, listen, this is what it is. I don't know where she's getting, like Reno Mockery did. I still believe that story of Reno Mockery, whether the deal was the wrong stamp or the wrong time date or whatever, because Nigerian men are predatory. Even from our compounds, you have the uncles, you have the brothers, pedos everywhere, because they cannot control themselves. And yet they call themselves Christians, Muslims, traditionalists. You know what? I could go on and on and on and on. But unfortunately, this is just the beginning. And women need to have some conscience. Not everything is about money. Not everything. You don't have to sell your soul. But of course, like we were saying on the women's show yesterday, the more poverty-stricken you are, the more you are likely to prostitute yourself spiritually and physically. Women like me, I will beat my chest. There's nothing any man can give me that I cannot give myself. I purposely work hard for that. So that submit here and there does not come into my picture. Go and submit to your mom. Don't come here. Don't come here and ask me for any submission. Because that is the way they rope you into all kinds of nonsense. And you forget yourself. So my dear women, tradition and religion is what has kept us kept women where they are today. You have to rise up. You have all the Senate, you only have 4 women. Only 4. And look at the King Ibe. Look at what she came out to say. What has sitting arrangement got to do with all this, for crying out loud? What has sitting arrangement got to do with sexual harassment? If it was a civilized country, we will not even be hearing all this. They will call you to come and defend yourself. But like I said, when you have a country where you have a drug baron, a certificate forger, who is not even a Nigerian, ruling Nigerians, what do you expect? Nigerians have been ruled by non-Nigerians for years, and this is going to continue. You have men that don't respect women. Look at Buhari. That one came out and opened his trash mouth and said, the other room. What? You see? No, I'm sorry. When God made Nigerian men, I think he shouldn't have slept on Sunday because his work was not finished. According to you people that worship those kind of religions. So please, my people, women, check yourselves. Not everything a man tells you, have your own brain. Not everything a man tells you should do, you should behave. Have your own brain. I come from a family where women, they don't take trash. Marriage is not a trophy. They will burn their children and walk. Marriage is not a trophy for them. Whether you like them. You see, where I come from, we are trained to worship the certificate more than the marriage institution. As long as you have that marriage certificate, what happens in the marriage is nobody's business. You are a missus. A missus is a missus. So women, go and work hard for your money. Stop allowing men to use you for their own selfish. I mean, look at the Akpabio's wife, for crying out loud. Any man with that such a wife, you don't now know why the man is going outside. Eh? The woman doesn't have a brain. I'm not saying Akpabio is any better, because if, like I said yesterday, if it's not money, Akpabio will only be like a motor park tout. The most unattractive couple. So I don't even know what the hell is. But like I said, when you have a country where there's a drug, read my lip, drug baron. and a certificate forger from Guinea Republic. What do you expect? So my people, Nigerian women, this is for you. You need to wake up. You need to support your own. And for all those men calling Natasha a call girl, and that she was always sleeping around, and she was always doing this. When you make your Nigerian women call girls, who are you? Who is to blame? Who is to blame? So you men need to check yourselves. You are a disgrace. I have many of them in my family. They don't take their ice skirts. Even if it's a small girl hawking banana, their mind is already going somewhere. And yet they say they are pastors, they are traditionalists, they are this and that. So my people, women, rise up. Stop carrying 5,000 naira to disown your own. Stop carrying Mercedes-Benz in the Senate to disown your own. Stick together. Thank you.
All right, Madam Luke, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I love you. Thank you so much. You came with the fire.
Is there abusing men and you are there praising her? When men start now, you say men are starting.
Yes,
I wait. Good Nigeria, wait. Nobody call your name for this matter. Wait.
Because you are the one that took Nigeria the way
I want to
you are a disgrace.
I want to do disclaimer.
My check. Send my check. I'm going to just send my check. That's all I'm interested in.
All right. So what we're going to do now, I really like this, but I want to get a commitment from Omoye and Madam Luke and all the women who are here. Maybe.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Damage. Sorry, really quickly. Natu, if you can hear me, can you drop your number in the comment in the private chat? So that Dr. Damages can highlight it with my number for the thing we're doing behind. Go ahead.
I highlighted that. So what we can
it's just that's my number.
I received a bullet.
Okay. So what I think we can do, Omoye, is maybe every 2 months, we'll get an update on what you are doing with the group. You can come on and we can talk about it. And I really want to hear the voices of diverse voices on this platform, get women to participate more, which is what we hope to achieve. So,
right. So I would say 2 months is too far.
Okay.
Because we're running for time right now. We're trying to work. So yeah, if we can do it like maybe
once a month,
we can do it like once every 2 weeks. I think that would be good. Yeah.
Okay, we can get that going somehow. Yeah, we'll find time to do that. But thank you so much, Madam Luke. Thank you,
I received a bullet.
I know you came in for a fight.
No, not for fight. To defend.
Dr. Damages, please.
Yeah.
You said you're going to give the right to speak.
I'll give you a chance. Yeah, but it's Ike here. Ike has not said
I've been here silently
Ike
waiting
has not
for
said
all
anything.
this.
I'm willing to take myself out so that Omoye, maybe you can.
No, Dr. Damages, take me out because I have to go to work. So you can take me out.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Look. All right, Ike. Let's to you. Ike needs to speak because he's been quiet, and I know I appreciate you, Ike. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, my sister Moye. God bless you. Happy to see you. I just want to say I want to thank Maska for his comment. I've not come to talk about this because I've said something yesterday. I just want to make a comment. And the comment I want to make is personal. There are a lot of strong women. And my mother happened to be one of the strong women. And I am proud that I was raised by my mother. Our father died when we were very young. And my uncle, who is supposed to be the head of the family, decided to take everything that belongs to my father to himself and his family. And my mother was left with nothing. Why? Because she refused to surrender her bekus to him. And that's how we lived. And my mother was a strong woman. And we were raised to become who I have become today by a woman. So some of us that are men, some of us, dog is better than a lot of men. You know? That's why I say I want to bring it down, close down, because I'm a living witness and I'm a living experience and a living example of what I and my brothers and one sister went through in the hands of my uncle, who happens to be the head of the entire family. But here am I today. So there are a lot of strong women, and there are a lot of men that are not supposed to be called men. Because I am not just saying, I am telling you my testimony. And it takes the grace of God for me personally to let go what I saw as a small boy, what my mother was going through. Even when I became a born again, even when I became a pastor of a church in a foreign country in Mali, when I was the pastor of the Lord choosing in Mali, for so many years, I was not able to forgive my uncle, who is supposed to be the father of the house. But look at it. I am a pastor, and I stand in the pulpit and I preach forgiveness. People come to me for counseling, and I counsel people to let go and forgive, but I cannot let go. Anytime such a case comes to my office as a pastor of a church, it takes my mind back. And after the consultation, after the counseling, I'll be so enraged to my life to the point that I want to travel back to the village. I struggled with that forgiveness for almost 20-something years for me to let go. And I let go. It was on a night vigil. And I was leading that night vigil on that fateful day. And as the night vigil was going on around 2 a.m., God spoke to me and said, Ike, you have to let go. And I tell you, after that day, in the morning, I called my uncle and I told him, all these years, the anger that has been in me for you, if you put it in a village, the whole village cannot take the anger. But today, God has given me the power and the grace to let go, to forgive you. And I tell you today, and I'm speaking, heaven is my witness. After 1 week, he passed away. So he was waiting. He was waiting for that forgiveness. So there are a lot of men who are not worthy to be called men. So many of us that are men here went through what I'm saying now. But because we don't want to say it, I am not protecting nobody. Because when I was small, when those things was happening, I do not have any power to fight back. When I grew up as a man, that I have the power to fight back. God arrested me as a man to be a worker in his kingdom. And I came to understand the meaning of love of God. But because of that pain, because of the scar in my heart, I find it difficult to let go. But it took me many years. When I travel to Nigeria at the headquarters of Lord Choosing, that is always the prayer I go to the senior pastor of the church, Pastor Lazarus Umonka, to ask God to forgive me. Because I can't let go. When I remember what we went through as little children growing up, and my mother became a man, became a woman, became everything. But the Bible says, Who will speak and it come to pass if God has not spoken? I am who I am today because I had a strong woman. And I continue to pray to God to continue to bless her soul for me. So there are a lot of women who are strong. And I know you are one of them. I know that Natasha is one of them. And there are a lot of women that are very strong. And also there are a lot of men also that will have to look themselves in the mirror and change and transform their life. There is always one thing my mother used to tell us when we were growing up. He used to tell me, listen, the beautiful ones are not yet born. You see Caroline, you are seeing now, you are dying for Caroline. If you move away from this village and go to another village, you will see the most beautiful Caroline you ever met before. So women, they are the same thing. If you want your wife to look like Caroline, it is your responsibility to make your wife to be what you want your wife to be. It was like a bell every day as men in the family. So, and I grew up with that. And I thank God for my life. That I was able to know the truth at a very young age after I finished my secondary school. I'm not perfect. I wasn't a saint. I had numerous girlfriends when I was in school, when I was even a single man. But when Christ himself arrested my life changed. And I saw the beauty of life. And that was when I recognized what marriage is all about. That's why I have a lot of respect for any man and a woman that is in that union. Because it's God-blessed and ordained relationship. It's an institution that you will ever enjoy for the rest of your life if you know the value of what relationship is all about. So thank you, Omoye, for what you're doing. We all live in the Western world. There are so many things we see, but we are not from wherever we are today. I am still a Nigerian. And I am still an Igbo man. And I still know the cultures and traditions of my people. I have not swallowed it with fake fufu where I live. No. I am still an Igbo man. And I respect women. I said yesterday when we were talking about, I told them, people, if you think that if you don't believe in sexual relationship in a place of work, by the grace of God, I am blessed with a wonderful woman who works in government, who is the top officer in government. And I'm speaking from very close range. Women go through sexual harassment from men. And any man who is trying to deny that or cover it up or pretend that, you are equally guilty of that offense. You are doing the same thing. So I just pray that it shouldn't, like Maska said, that's why I say God bless him. It shouldn't be because of she must go to her seat before she can say what she needs to say. That place she is the point of the beginning of the revolution. That's where she is supposed to say what she wants to say. It has nothing to talk about decorum because the system, as Maska said, the system is robbed against any newcomer in the National Assembly. You do not have any power to say anything. I gave an example of Senator Omoye. He came between him and Akpabio, and it was the same kind of intimidation, the same kind of trying to tell him that the Labour Party don't have any say in the National Assembly. And he stood up and stood his ground and said, no, the way you were elected as a senator by your constituency was the same way that I was elected by my people, and I am going to speak for my people. How many people came up to Moye to support Moye? Because it is what it is, like Maska said. The system is established in a way that if you are a man, if you don't join to the ruling party, you don't have a say. If you are a woman, if you don't do what they ask you to do, it's the same thing. Nigeria is turning into a one-party system. Even the people who are fighting, people who we think that they are the men that we have to rely upon, they are jumping ship to APC because of political ambition. Can you tell me any right-thinking man in Nigeria, no matter how good people that they have in APC, that somebody will wake up one morning as a politician and say he is joining APC in Nigeria today, the present day Nigeria? That states you a lot. Because that system is so robbed and so corrupt that you cannot achieve anything if you don't belong to that system. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. We have to take a break at certain point. But I want to just to hear Tony, and then we go on a break. Tony, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages. First of all, Dr. Damages, you remember that you did ask me a question when I was making my submission, based on the things that I said, and so that issue that the other lady, I've forgotten her name, raised, came up. I think it's very ingenious for her to just pick one aspect of something that I said based on the question that you asked me, not looking at the totality of the things that I said to suit her, whatever is her she wanted to say or impression she wanted to give. But to answer her question, I have a daughter, and if my daughter has anybody who sexually assaults her, she knows what to do. She's a postgraduate student at NYU, and so she's grown enough. Her mother and myself trained her enough to know what to do, and so she will take action immediately. And then she will call her mom or call me to report the incident. She will not keep it for so that narrative that is peddling.
Thank you.
It's probably how she's raised up or whatever. I didn't raise my daughter up that way, and that's how I think. Now there's the other guy who also talked about me saying that if Natasha were to be my wife, I will sack her. I come from a place where we have a culture. You don't hold a married woman by her hand if you are not the husband. That's a taboo. And two, you don't whisper that kind of obscene thing. You don't say it to her. That's an offense too. And then three, the woman doesn't keep that kind of a thing and tell the husband that nothing was said. I have a tradition. And so when I spoke, I said, if she were my wife, that's what I said. So, and nobody's going to fall that. That is what I will do. So I don't care what he's going to do, but that's what I'm going to do because that's my tradition. And so when people speak, they should be very, very careful and they moderate what they say, because you don't know what is underpinning someone's statement. I am not a misogynist. I don't hate women. I have a mother. I have a sister. I have a daughter. Okay. And I am from a well-brought-up home. I'm not interested in this gender thing. I made it very clear. It was just an aside because it came up. I said very clearly that I'm focused on what happened at that day on the Senate and the issues, what going forward and backwards, thing that we saw. That was what I commented fully on. So I don't want to be misunderstood. So that's my position. That's my point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We have to take a break. When we come back, Kene, I know you want to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
We can't let you speak until we come back from break because people will leave. We don't want them to leave.
They will come back.
Okay, so.
Okay, sir.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, mmanwụ lagado n'ibiazigo agbanwe nwe ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya
onye ọma zoro biko abamma zoro ndosari ibia onye ngwana mo lagado n'ibiazigo lagado n'ibiazigo abamma nwe ilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere neka. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go wuti baladi. Odogu nachala noka Ezi wane mliga delemo Olagado ni bezigo noe Ma olagado ni bezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabaze Te Onyama zoro no Mama was sorry. Ibya muyana kwana mo obube nare mulaga doni biazugo nasa boy mulaga doni biazugo amama wilo chilo biko rapuzoro anabazi aiz odogu kenenu bikechofo Amagwa mnika gogogia Waligwe kwelo Ikeja mabele bege Hey, you won! Eku kampu nekene Amaga ninso Kalumo Ikechukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu esili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ zoro 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 Joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye urozurike
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this evening. It's been a wonderful, wonderful evening. Kenneth, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Omoye corners. Always beautiful. You see, I was hit by a stray bullet, and I decided to call him to correct some things. You know, my beautiful sister said something. She said, women should go and work hard. And I will add to that, men should also work hard so that they don't behave like Akpabio and his likes. See, I'm not here to defend Akpabio. I already know Akpabio, and I've said a lot of things about Akpabio yesterday. I called him Akidi Amokana. I don't know the name. I don't know what it's called Akidi in English. I don't think it has English name, but Igbo people will understand what Akidi is. Akidi does not respect boundary. In a layman's understanding, he doesn't care. He goes everywhere. He's just an irresponsible old fool. We already know Akpabio. And there are lots of Akpabio in Abuja and most of the states, you know, especially politicians and those that are in the authority, mostly in the civil service or even private sectors. Somebody on the comment section was saying that if you hear women's experience, you pity for them. Yes, I had such experience. You know, I hear women talk about their experiences. Matter of fact, at some point I was saying that 8 out of 10 women in Nigeria have in one way experienced sexual harassment. It happened with my sister back then in higher institution in one useless school in Anambra State. The rector, one of her teachers was demanding for something, and she immediately reported to me, and I had to report to my other brothers, and we sent a letter to him through text message. Hey, we will remove your 2 balls and serve it to your wife. I swear, if you don't stay off from my sister, and if anything happens to her result, your 2 balls must be served to your woman. We are not hiding our identity, you know what to do. And I had to call the rector immediately. I said, see, this idiot in your school is trying to take a shoe, and something must be done about that. And immediately, he stayed off my sister's business. So those kind of men, I don't handle them with calmness. I show them the other side of Ekwensu, Satan. You understand? So that when they come back again in this world, they will better behave. Now, I have 3 culprits in this case now. Akpabio, Natasha, and her weak husband. You are holding my wife in her hands, whispering to her in a close proximity like that, maybe somewhat intimate way, and I will be there looking at you. Do I have balls at all? That means you are the weakest of weakest men ever. Better men, like weak man, complete. Now it shows there is something you guys are failing to understand in this kind of situation. Akpabio, we already know that he is an EGOT, and we already know we don't have structure, we don't have system that checkmate this kind of things in Nigeria. However, women are taking advantage of such men to climb the ladder, whether you like it or not. It is happening in Nigeria. Some men also face this kind of harassment from women, all those madam, thick madam, especially Oga's wife. Gate men and drivers are the frequent, regular victims to this harassment. Now, she was using the opportunity, and that was why she never reported this idiot to her husband. And maybe prior to her getting married, we know Abuja babes now. We know how they operate. And we know Abuja men with their fake life. We know how they operate. Now, maybe prior to her marriage, she has been doing this kind of a thing. And now she's married. Okay, she wants to stay put for her husband, which is good. Fine woman, that is good. However, somebody is hitting at you like this. And I said it on this platform yesterday. If this man really, really desperately wants you, he may do away with your husband so that he will have you all for himself. So you don't put your husband in that kind of risk. You have to expose him so that your husband will keep off from him. But you want to get something from him through the back door, and he wants you to submit your cookies. And now you don't want to submit the cookie, and the guy man say, no, you're not getting it until you give me that pay. You said no. And that is where the problem started, because he's refusing for you to take his advantage as usual. So he said, no, give me, I give you. You understand? And this is when you then came out and started shouting, sexual harassment, sexual harassment. And she is used to these claims. Every time sexual harassment, is she the only woman in the Senate? Please, for God's sake. Is she the only woman? And she says she's beautiful, she's beautiful with pancake. Okay, she's beautiful, I accept, no problem. But all the time, she will be talking about sexual harassment, sexual harassment. She's not the only person there. If she is a good woman, as she rightly claimed, she should have exposed him to her husband immediately. So that if her husband is even a guy man, he will now plan with her. Behave this way, let's do this way, so that you get what you want, and we'll have a proof, evidence against him, so that when he messed up, we'll hit him with the evidence. But she don't want to do it. She wants to do the normal way, and the guy man said no. Akpabio said no. And now we are here, cracking our heads, giving ourselves headache over Natasha. Who is Natasha? Let her go and sit down. Let her go and sit down. Let her face her troubles herself. They are all the same. The same idiots. All of them are the same. All of them are the same.
There's something you are not factoring in. Akpabio's wife said that Natasha's husband is their family friend even before he married Natasha. Do you factor that in? Do you know what it means?
No. If you are my friend, hold on. If you are my friend, you shouldn't even be going after my wife. So, and that is the major reason. If you do what? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to let you know that this is exactly what happened between Obasanjo and the son. Shegu Obasanjo had to go and swear affidavit to tell the father, the president, to leave my wife. Shegu swore affidavit to tell the president, OBJ, leave my wife for me. Do you know what OBJ said when people confronted him? OBJ said, I warned Shegu not to marry that girl. But the reason why Shegu shouldn't marry that girl, the papa no tell in Peking. So this is maybe Akpabio and Natasha on the tango, because Natasha's husband is a friend of Akpabio before. So listen. As Natasha's husband, they with Akpabio, they maybe in a houseboy or family friend. He can't see Akpabio with that girl. So if he say he want grab him after Akpabio don't marry. So you say now whether you marry, you don't marry, Akpabio go to collect. So now that Obasanjo case.
Yeah. Let me wrap up. Let me wrap up. God bless you. That is why you are very important on this platform. You bring common sense all the time. You see? So what I'm saying in conclusion is maybe Natasha married her husband out of so that it will look as if she also has husband. So she is the husband. The young man is the wife.
All right.
You cannot act otherwise. You will kick him out and get married to another person.
That
is it.
This is not how we are said. This is 90 Minutes Africa. So.
Oh, really? Oh, I forgot. Today is Sunday, Abi.
Yeah, today is Sunday. So this is 90 Minutes Africa. Omoye, what do you have to say about Kene's insinuations?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, somebody just stated that she sued her husband several times so that he will marry her. Hey, God. Okay, that's the prophet.
Okay, so here's what I'll have to say. I'm not even going to delve into what Kene's assumptions are. I'm not even going to bother doing that. Kene, respectfully, you are my brother, but I'm going to stay away from you engaging on that whole conversation or submission you just gave is something that, you know, that's on your side. Me, I'm focusing on the raw costs that she has caused in that Senate that we can leverage on. I don't care. And the important aspect of it that we should not forget is the fact that this woman is trying to bring to light the fact that women are being silenced, number one. Number two, Ajaokuta still. If that Ajaokuta is up and running tomorrow, people can get jobs there. That's all I'm not going to waste my time going into her. Everybody has a past. If you want to sit here and start counting, most of those senators, most of them, your senators in the National Assembly, they are all doing the same thing. Okay? And they are mostly men, right? They have mistresses, girlfriends. I'm sure they've had divorces after divorces. I'm sure they are swapping wives safe. Okay? Perhaps that's what's going on. But all of that does not matter based on what we are looking at now. Natasha has raised a point. You are silencing me. I want to work for my people. You are not allowing me to work for my people. Ajaokuta is there. I have presented it to you 5 times. You did not do anything. Why? Does that mean that every other person that has an issue, that wants to work for their people, and they want to bring it forward, this is how you're going to silence them because they are women? Let's not lose focus of what is important here. We are not here to castigate this woman because the men are even worse, Kene. The men in the Senate and the House of Reps, no, Kene, I beg, I don't tire, I won't come up for you. They are worse. Okay? So if we were going to be dragging people's past in, right? We not go come up for here today. If we can't drag this one, oh, this one married, friend, this one, get mistress here, again, we not go come up for here. Waiting be the bone of contention right now. She say, as it stands, she's a married woman today. I don't care what happened. If her husband not care, waiting concern me. Now their life. Okay? You are going with a man. I would have flung the man's hand away. But that is me. That's a different topic. Everybody reacts to
Other than Natasha, was there any other woman woman that was silenced in the Senate other than Natasha?
Kenneth, you heard what Ireti said. Ireti too has had issues. Ireti said, you know, calm down, take it easy. We have a way of handling these things. That means that they have to pet the men. In order for them to get what they need in the Senate, they need to pet them, rub them like small puppy, rub the head, sa, before they get what they. Is that what we want in the Senate and the House of Rep? No, that's not what we want. We want them to serve the people. We want them to serve their constituents, not to come and turn the National Assembly into a charade. It's not SNL. National Assembly is not supposed to be Saturday Night Live in Nigeria version, right? It's a place for serious business. We don't care what you do behind closed doors, but the fact that you made it clear, you now it's been televised, we now know what's happening. Instead of you to resolve this behind the scenes so that the people of Nigeria do not know exactly what happened, you silence this woman while her camera was still, her mic was still on. Why? She called you out and said, I will tell the Nigerian people what you have been trying to do. I've been trying to do work. I've been trying to represent my people. You are not letting me. They cut off her mic. Why? Then you now you can't come down, you can't double down again. The woman went to Brekete because she needed to talk. She tell Brekete, this is what happened, this is what happened. Now, this man want to retaliate, he send the aid to Brekete family. That one say all she knows how to do is wear transparent clothes and powder her face. Why are you waiting concern you? If your wife not the powder her face, how it affects Natasha when they powder her face? Is that what he should be talking about? If he had responded to this whole thing, initial take of what was happening with maturity and say, okay, listen to her. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. The men do not listen to the women. Listen to her, let her land. You don't even have to take what she says. Okay, when she talk finish, you go say, okay, we are not going to take that in. That has been struck until you present it properly again. That would have taken care of all of this that we are talking about right now. We for not know what they happen. We for not know whether in husband, now the man friend or not being friend. But here we are. I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking about, oh, this. I don't care about that. What I care is the people in Nigeria are suffering. Ajaokuta when supposed to they work, like say they pass some. People for don't they work. Nigerians for don't they make money. Some people then when they not go for need to they send money home to support their families again. If to say Ajaokuta still start to they work. That's the bane of this whole thing. Outside of the fact that you have a randy National Assembly, randy man heading your National Assembly. Every Nigerian man ought to be ashamed. You all are supposed to gather yourself and go and protest in front of the National Assembly and say, Akpabio, we cannot take this anymore. You got to step down. You are not making the men look bad. Are any of the men doing that? No. So let's not digress this issue. Let's focus on what is important. It is lives that are at stake here. You hear them sharing money shroud in the National Assembly. They are sending to their email. They are sharing on the floor. They are sharing to each other when all of us, we are not there. Nobody is receiving anything. The people on the ground are suffering. When are we going to say enough is enough? Now that one concern me. Thank you very much. That's what I'm going to say for now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Omoye. I will let KJ speak, then that will be it. And Omoye will give us your final thoughts. Then we hand it over to forefathers for the feedback.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and thank you, Omoye. You've done a wonderful job. I just want to tell my brother, Kene, you see, Natasha is my alma mater. I will refuse to accept those your comments you made. You know? So I refuse. And my first degree is in theater. So putting on the theater, script writers, your conclusion don't really make a good script. But I'll go ahead to say this. If what you are saying is correct, it then means that the NDD's woman also, which way did they have, was she also a girlfriend? What about Mrs. Kingibe, okay, who also had a problem with him before? Did she also have the same thing? Okay, so let's go back a little bit. What about the other woman who also had problem in the assembly? What's her name? The Arimaite woman who was in SEC. Did she also one of the girlfriends? The thing is this. Let's tackle the issue. The issue is that she is sent there by her people from Kogi State to represent her. Whatever her past life has been, it's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing her life as a senator. She has the right to represent her people. And I'm going to quote from Ojus Okalu's write-up on this, that even if she was wrong, which he believes she was, the Senate president should have exercised discretion by allowing her to make her point, and then say to her, go to your seat, overrule her and tell her to go to her seat. Okay, so he allowed his emotion to overplay because of maybe, like he said, and he alluded to maybe past, relationship. But the truth is, when we come to public gathering, let's not bring our age. I mean, if we will bring our age my boss in the office is 35 years old. Am I 35 years old? Okay, so I should go there and say, look at this small boy, you're talking to me anyhow. I mean, will I still have a job? So it's not a question of the age now. It's a question of the fact that this person is performing an official function, and she's standing. Anytime anybody stands up to speak in the house, she stands up based on the fact of the people who had brought her there. The people saw her credible. It's not for us to decide whether she's credible or not, and it's not for Akpabio to decide. Look, who has ever been walked out by a sergeant of arms? Is she a criminal? The only reason why you, Akpabio, is sitting there because you are first among equal, not because you are a higher senator than the rest of them. You could lose the position tomorrow. So what I'm simply trying to say is this, and on a more serious note, this lady was sent by her people. Make una let her do her job. Okay, if you have a complaint, listen to the complaint. Because if it was another man that was complaining, you would have listened to him. You won't tell her to just sit down. If you don't sit down, I won't listen to you. Then you call sergeant of arms. You understand? You call the sergeant of arms to walk her out. Come on, man. Let's not beat about this issue. Even if they had whatever relationship, it is not based on that. She's addressing the Senate. She's addressing the Senate based on her position as a senator of the Federal Republic. Let's give her that due respect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Omoye, your final words.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to quickly respond to when Masca was speaking earlier. He did say that his focus was not on the sexual harassment issue, but the main issues, which I agree with most of what he said, Masca. I do. It's just that point. We cannot ignore the sexual harassment aspect now. We can't, because too much of it has been swept under the carpet in Nigeria. Everyone that cares, if you have a daughter, if you have a wife, please pay attention to these things and don't just sweep it, just don't ignore it just simply because you don't know how it feels. Again, empathy is the word right there. Here, it might not mean anything to you, you might not consider it anything, but it's very important for you to listen to people, especially victims. They might not tell you when it happened, because sometimes it takes a while to process these things. I'm telling you, nobody plans for these types of things. You can't you show up at the office and maybe your boss is hitting on you. For instance, KJ, now you go to your office, your female boss is hitting. You not plan say the woman will hit on you. He just hit on you, and say for your job they know they agree for those kind of things, and that kind of scenario the woman will immediately turn them against you if you are not careful. So this is the reason why you can't just toss people's concerns aside. You listen to it. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. If somebody says they've been harassed, listen to them. When you don't listen to them finish, you don't hear their own parts and play out, then you can now make an informed decision. Okay, we need to do better as Nigerian men. We need to, right? As much as the women also need to do better by themselves. We're all in this together. Without you, without me, we cannot have a healthy society. All of us need to do this table. Okay? We not feel use judgment, tear each other down. Because I thief meat for my papa, my mama pot yesterday. And they make good decision today. Kene go come say, I beg you, forget Omoye, he thief meat. Oh, when I not say thief meat for pot yesterday, we can't do that. How long are we going to do that for? We need to focus on what is needed right now. We have a country to save. Let's do our part. I want to thank Madam Luke. Madam Luke nailed it. I really appreciate her. Madam Luke, I love you. And all the women, please, people should be coming up. Black Lotus and Adana be coming and talking about politics. And they see you now sometimes. Now they talk about love affair, husband matter, wife matter, relationship matter. Country where not good, relationship they scatter. If the country not good, if your husband not give you money to go market, you no security, marriage not go fit stand. Adana. So I beg all the women, Black Lotus, I'm calling all the women, Tracy, Comfort, all of una, they see una na side eye, I think they look all of una. More na show up. It's time for us. It's time for us to speak up and get our country back. My people, thank you so much for all of you that came to see me today. I really appreciate una who I be. Una count me as person. I make una come support me. So with that one, I say thank you. Thank you. Mona, help me thank Dr. Damages. So.
All right, thank you
so much,
you,
Dr.
Omoye. Thank
I
you so
really
much.
appreciate
Natu, you are going to be next. We'll reach out to you and get you on the show. We'll be targeting women now to come. I'm trying. I just need to find them. So thank you so much, those that joined us, everybody here. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Maska. Thank you, Tony, Chim, CM, Forefathers, and Kenneth. I want to thank those that supported us today. Benex Concerns LLC, thank you so much. Nana, thank you. T. Majek, Tracy, thank you. Guy, thank you so much. Madam Luke, thank you. Kulata, thank you. Natu, thank you so much. We take a break. We hand it over to Forefathers. Forefathers, we do the recap, when people give their feedback on what happened today. So I appreciate all of you. It's been a wonderful day. I didn't plan to stay this long, but you can't resist when Omoye is delivering. Thank you so much, Omoye. Thank you, everybody. So we take a break. We'll come back, and then Forefathers will take it from here.
Okudilio, nyekelanio, olisa malugo mkoyene menenua. Okudilio, nyekelanio, chukuna malugo yobia diocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili, agaranya chogo kowe.